Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the show, Anglo Gang, episode 20. Ethelstan is king, and other good news. We're here every Thursday at 7 o'clock talking about the news, talking about history from an English nationalist perspective without all the Nazi stuff. This is a peace and love live stream. We're against violence. This is your trigger warning at the beginning of the show. And yeah, we don't want to insult anybody. We don't want to hurt anybody. We just believe in freedom of speech. So we're just going to discuss a few ideas, and we hope that we can solve all the problems in the world just by exercising our free speech. And welcome to the show. SJJ, dying of COVID. How's it going, mate?
Like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the thumbs up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just know you've been promoting me. Do you know, I'm so lazy. I must publicly apologize to both
Somebody
of you.
has to. Somebody has to do it.
I haven't put either of you in the description, and I really should just start doing that. But I'll go back and retroactively fix that problem.
He won't.
No, I won't. Yeah. No, I won't. Yeah.
I'm not doing it for clout. This is like my social experiment is how much can we grow this show from, which was effectively nothing, because your channel is so like brand new. You haven't got all your subscribers back. For whatever reason, people on the distant right, they just don't go looking for you if you disappear. So when you come back, you're like starting from scratch again, aren't you?
Well, to be fair, I did change my name, which is utterly retarded.
True, that doesn't help, does it?
It doesn't help, no. It's like, I think I just shoot myself in the leg. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm conflicted. Well, actually, we can segue from that directly into the subject matter of the week, which is English identity, because that's why I changed my name. Because I originally called myself Brutus because of Brutus of Troy, the legend being that you have the Trojan War, as described in the Iliad, and the ancestors of the Trojans, they flee, they go to Italy. You have the Aeneid, you have Aeneas, he has this whole fight, he meets Dido down in Carthage, and she ends up killing herself, and blah, blah, blah. All this stuff happens. But they become the ancestors of the Romans. But Aeneas has a grandson, his name is Brutus. He accidentally kills his father, leaves Italy, goes to Greece, rescues the Trojan slaves that are kept on Greece. They go on a boat. They go to an island in the Mediterranean somewhere. He falls asleep on the temple of Diana, has a vision. Diana, goddess of the moon, protector of the British race, I suppose, gives him a vision of the British conquering the world and all this kind of stuff, and says, go and live in that island over there. So he says, yeah, all right. Then they get in their boats, they land on the British Isles in Devon, down in Totnes. You can go there, actually. The Brutus Stone is there. I've been there. And they kill all the giants, throw Gog Magog off the cliff, and they become the Britons, okay? And the Romans knew the ancient Britons. They called us the Britons because they were the descendants of Brutus, okay? Brutus has 3 sons, and he divides the country up into 3. That's why we have England, Scotland, and Wales. This is our mythological history. Most people have no idea about this at all. So anyway, I called myself Brutus because I just thought, well, we should be talking about this, right? But the thing is, I'm not Welsh. I'm English. Yes. And the English are the descendants of...
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just a stupid, retarded inner struggle that I have within myself. But the English are the descendants of Hengist and Horsa. Yeah. And they were invited over by Vortigern in roughly 500 AD to defend the Britons from the Picts. Okay, not actually the Scottish. Let's get this straight, because the Scottish are Gaelic and they're the Irish, and they come over later. So in Scotland, first you've got the Caledonians, I think they're called. That's who the Romans fought against. Technically speaking, the Caledonians were the British. They just lived up there in Scotland. Then they got taken over by the Picts. Nobody knows where the Picts came from. They're just random savages that just
Tariq Nasheed, the black supremacist guy. He thinks that the original Scottish were a bunch of black dwarves
Well, yeah, obviously, like probably like your lost Black Roman Legion or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I can understand it about the Welsh, but the Scottish, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we well, that's a great example because this is what they want to do. They want to erase all of our history so that we don't know who we are and we think that our ancestors are black, which is why I've got to go on these little rants and rambles every now and again, just lay out this history again and again and again and again so people get memorized. But Vortigern invited Hengist and Horsa over to defend the Britons from the Picts. That's why they came over from Denmark, right? The Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes. And then Vortigern betrayed us, so we overthrew him, and that was the beginning of, not the beginning of England, but the beginning of the Anglo-Saxon occupation of England. Later on, Alfred, who was from Wessex, again West Country, he defeated the Great Heathen Army. The Great Heathen Army was a collection of Vikings, essentially, just came over and they were just pagans and they were killing everybody. He defeated them and he kind of conquered the south of the country. He took London as well. So Wessex became the dominant political force in England, but he didn't conquer the whole of England.
No.
It was Ethelstan that did it. And Ethelstan was the first person to declare himself to be King of England.
There wasn't really an England back then. We had the Heptarchy. There was all lots of different kingdoms until the Vikings left only Wessex.
No, Ethelstan put an end to that. That's what.
No, I meant in Alfred's time.
In Alfred's time, yeah. Alfred's like the grandfather of the English, essentially. Yeah. He's one of our greatest heroes. He beat the Great Heathen Army. He burnt the cakes, but he beat the army.
He declared himself king of the English people, but we didn't really have England.
I don't think he did. Did he? I don't think so. He did.
But yeah,
well, maybe
he wasn't the first. I wouldn't have called him the first English king, though. Well, it's arguable, but
yeah. Well, the thing is, like,
way,
generally speaking, if you look it up, people say it's Ethelstan.
Yes.
And embarrassingly enough, I forget the guy's name because me and you, SJJ, we did a stream like a few months ago, and I called him Ethelred accidentally, and it's just like, man, you know what? I'm sitting on the internet.
Well, I didn't notice. I'll be honest.
You noticed?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You didn't.
This all goes way over my head. I'm like, what the heck are they talking about here? But
yeah. Yeah, but you gotta know this. You gotta know this stuff, you know.
Very few people know Ethelstan, like at all.
Yeah,
which is surprising for like first king of England.
Yeah, and he's actually quite epic. Sorry, I mean, I just look at his Wikipedia page. This is the depth of my investigation, but he went up into Scotland. He forced Constantine II to submit to him. Great, brilliant. But then the Scots, the Vikings, and the Irish, they all teamed up. So he had to fight three of them in the Battle of Brunaburg.
Brunaburg, yeah.
Brunaburg. So we had Olaf Guthrisson, Constantine II from Scotland, and then Owen I from Ireland, and he beat them all. And this is apparently like one of the greatest battles.
Yeah.
Alfred Smith has called this the single greatest battle in Anglo-Saxon history before Hastings. Yeah, so real legendary hero. Nobody seems to have made a movie about him.
No.
There's no great drama. He's just not very celebrated. But there you go. A great victory. He didn't have any children. He got replaced by his brother, but he is the first king of England, as far as I understand it. So I thought I'd bring that up because everyone's been saying that England doesn't exist, and there's a lot that we could say about that. But I just thought I'd. Well, yes, we did have a king, and he's the first king. And the other thing, here it is. I found it.
Who's been bringing it up this week? I haven't seen this.
Have you not seen it? I just saw it floating around on Twitter, basically.
There was an interview Robert Jenrick did, which sort of kicks it off, I think, because he couldn't really say the English people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what is English identity then, Robert?
Yeah.
The interviewer asked, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how did he answer the question then?
He didn't.
What did he say? It's like fish and chips or something.
It was just like, he was just sort of just a bit evasive and didn't really want to say anything. The usual, like, well, you'll call me racist. My point say about the English people existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he'll run through London with a Hamas a terrorist t-shirts on.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Give us a bone, Robert. Come on,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah. You can't really explain who the English are unless you're going to describe it from an ethnic point of view, and he cannot do that, and so he's kind of hamstrung, and that's what we're stuck with. But I just wanted to finish my Ethelstan segment. I discovered this, so a bit of knowledge for you. Factoid of the day: Ethelstan was coronated in Kingston upon Thames, which is in Greater London now. I don't think I've ever been there, actually, funny enough. But he was coronated on this stone. I did not know this existed. This is like a really, really important part of our history. I didn't even realize it existed. But apparently 7 Anglo-Saxon kings were coronated on this stone. Obviously, later on, the kings of England were coronated on the stone of Scone, which came over from Ireland. And the stone of Scone, interesting enough, some people say it's Jacob's pillow. Other people say it's the stone which the old kings of Ireland were coronated on
I thought it was
Tara.
Scottish.
Well, that's the thing. Well, it came over to Scotland from Ireland.
Right.
Because the Scottish people are Irish.
They brought it with them, yeah.
Yeah, they're Gaelic. So they came over. They landed in part of Ireland, part of Scotland called Argyll. The Argyll coast in Scotland is Argyll for Gaelic, so Gaelic coast or whatever. But they kind of came over there, and one of the first Scottish kings was coronated there. They brought the stone over, and then we ended up with it. But technically speaking, if you think about it, if it is the stone that the ancient kings of Ireland were coronated on, that would mean that King Charles the Third is the High King of Ireland.
Yes.
Just throw that out there.
Well, he is.
What I mean,
he is.
He is.
They don't realize it, but he is.
He is. Yeah, and nobody thinks about it. And it's like, dude, you got to think about this stuff.
Like you say, like this stone here, like all the Scottish people know about the stone of Scone, and they hate that we have it. But like we've got our own stone, and no one knows about it.
Yeah. So what we need to do
why a stone though? I don't get it. Am I just being autistic? Why a stone?
I don't know. Why not?
You'd have to ask Carrion. He's got a stone fetish.
If you don't have the stone, you can't have a king. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you need. Yeah, come on, SJJ. Why a stone? Yeah. Who cares? Who cares? We've got a stone. Fuck, dude. That's our stone. Oh,
it is quite like, because like you had like the Romans with all their civilization, and we had our rock piles. And we really hope that the Romans didn't take them.
Yeah, get off our stone. Leave our stones alone, you Romans.
Yeah.
What we need to do, though, because this is just sitting here in Kingston upon Thames, we need to crown an Anglo-Saxon king. Okay, some brave warrior, SJJ, needs to jump over the fence there, sit on the stone, and you need to crown yourself warrior king of England. Okay, and that's going to be the beginning. Okay, that will be the beginning of the revival of Anglo-Saxon culture in this country.
Right, got it.
Do you think Vortigern didn't actually pay Hengist and Horsa for their services?
I don't know.
Because, that seems like a very stupid thing to do. You hire a bunch of mercenaries and then go, piss off. But if you were like mercenaries who thought, we quite like this land, we think we'll just take it now, you would sort of come up with the story that, that wanker didn't pay us.
Yeah, I mean, The story's more complicated than that, though, because doesn't Hengist or Horsa, they marry Vortigern's daughter, and then there's some kind of confusion. I don't have the story clear in my mind, but there's a marriage that goes on there as well. So I don't know, but whatever. I mean, this is the thing. That's the conflict. That's the conflict in the heart of British. Am I a Germanic or am I British? I don't really feel like I'm British. I feel like I'm Germanic. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so
Well,
King Arthur was a Briton, and so
then we
and
claimed
he was
him.
yeah, he was fighting against us. He was our enemy, and,
Yeah.
and now he's like the hero of the British. And it's like, well, you know,
Then I think it was Longshanks. Edward goes, he just sort of completely claims the King Arthur legend. Says, yeah, I'm actually King Arthur now.
yeah. So,
this might be an
Really-
autistic question, but do we believe any of this is real at all, or is it all myth?
no, it's all real.
There's
the
definitely some. There's
The
definitely
giants
some
were real.
real
The dragons were real. Everything was real. SJJ,
Right.
come on.
Okay.
Jesus.
Because there's no evidence of King Arthur, is there? Whatsoever that we've ever
Well,
found.
there's circumstantial stuff because the people at that time, like half were Christian, half were pagan, but the only people writing were Christians. So they probably, if King Arthur was a pagan warlord, they'd have been unlikely to write it down. But you see, the Anglo-Saxon advance was halted for a generation. So there was clearly there must have been some warlord who was quite competent at the time and managed to stop them. And in some records, you do seem to see an increase in the amount of children being called Arthur when they're born, which would suggest there was an Arthur.
Yeah.
But it's all, it's tough. It could have been like a few people who've been amalgamated into one. But there's maybe something to it. It's probably not just total nonsense.
Yeah.
The thing about the King Arthur myth is essentially it's a Welsh story about Welsh people fighting against the English. And so we, the English, suppressed the myth and we suppressed Welsh history, and we still do to this day. Actually, we've had a long campaign of this. There are many. The Welsh have an old history called the Brutes, which has just been completely disregarded and kind of forgotten. Excuse me. A lot of those texts are not translated into English. But the what happened is the myth. They tried to crush the myth of King Arthur. Somehow or other, the myth ended up going over to France, and again kind of changed, and then it came back to this country. And then it was Thomas Malory, wasn't it, who wrote the Mort d'Arthur? I think it was, wasn't it?
That was later though. He I think
Was it not Tennyson?
Bede, he is in Arthur is mentioned in Bede, which is
Yeah, I don't remember that. Oh, Red Bede. I don't remember him talking about it.
It was by Alfred Lord Tennyson. I was right about that. Bonus point for SJJ.
Malory.
Yeah,
Malory was the guy who made Lancelot to cut King Arthur, and Lancelot was French.
Thomas Malory wrote Le Mort d'Arthur, the classic English language chronicle of the Arthurian language.
Okay. Tennyson wrote the poem then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This was published by William Claxon in 1485. So it's like English Renaissance time. And that was like the final version of the story with Lancelot and what have you. Before that, you'd have various different bards, I guess, singing the story or what have you. But yeah, that's like the official version. But the Arthur myth of Thomas Malory is totally different to the original story. That's described in Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of England.
Sorry, Geoffrey Monmouth, not Bede. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Bede people have said that Bede was just like English propaganda or even Roman Catholic propaganda because at that time, the Roman Catholic Church wanted to impose their version of Christianity on England. And they wanted to push out the Celtic Christianity.
Yes.
Which was here before, because the thing, you've got the whole legend of Joseph of Arimathea, leaving Jerusalem, coming and landing in Wales and spreading Christianity in Wales, and this was a Christian country before oh God, what's the name of the
Rome.
preacher that
Um,
came here? That was sent by Gregory the Great, established Canterbury Cathedral. I forget. But before all of that, we already had Christians here. So they say that Bede was part of like a Catholic kind of propaganda campaign to like say, no, this is, in this country we will obey the Roman Church, sort of thing. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, it's interesting though, isn't it? Like, and then you got these idiots, and they're on the internet, and they're, what is English culture? What do you know of England, you fools? I mean, it's an interesting, convoluted, mixed up, fascinating culture with contradictory elements, and in a way that the multiculturalists do have a point in that there are different ethnic groups in this country struggling with each other and so on and so forth. But they were all white and they were all Christian and European, and that battle took place a long time ago, and we've homogenized over a long period.
Apart from the Irish question.
Apart from that, who's this fucking idiot? Who is this moron?
Okay.
Like fucking people. I'm on the internet. I'm fucking Wellard. I'm gonna challenge you to a fight on the fucking internet. Yeah. All right, mate. Jog on, dickhead. It's just like, who do you think you are? Like going on the like. Do you really think that makes you look tough? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway. Whatever.
Yeah, that was interesting. I was interested. I can't remember any of that shit though. You told me like a couple of times now, and it just doesn't go in. I don't know why.
I love those stories. And the thing is, like, listening like the history of these islands, I'm always find myself on the side of the people who are already here. Until we get to the Saxons, then I sort of gets a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
But of course, we are all of like the English are also part of the original, like the Celts who were here before them as well. We've got part of them in us still as well.
Yeah.
Well, if we finish that segment, would you like to? Well, I was going to say we could celebrate a real Englishman who is. There's an anniversary of him this week. It's literally just yesterday or the day before the anniversary of a real famous thing that happened in the UK.
Well, before that, we mentioned giants. Is something you might not. Well, maybe you do know. So obviously, red hair is quite associated with the British Isles, right? And then we've got this connection to giants in our past, apparently. Well, the Native Americans, they've got a lot of stories about giants, these man-eating giants that inhabited the continent, and they all have red hair, which is it's a bit of an interesting connection because none of the Native Americans have red hair. So where would that come from?
Yeah, there's a whole story about like I think it was the British went over to America and colonized it. I think it's the Kentucky Man. Are you talking about the Kentucky Man?
I'm just talking about stories that they have about red-headed giants.
I'm sure. I mean, I'd have to. All right, I'll do a segment on this next week. But I'm pretty sure in Kentucky, when the colonizers finally arrived in that part of America, they found a whole bunch of white people there, like with blue eyes and so on and so forth. And they're like, "Where the fuck did you guys get here?" And they say they were the descendants of Welsh colonizers. So I mean, who knows, man? Like, who flipping knows? I mean, we know the Vikings went to America. We know that. So the whole idea that Christopher Columbus discovered America is just not true. Here we go. Wyvern knows it. He knows it. Prince Madog allegedly went to America. Yeah. There you go. There you go, man.
By the way, I looked up the red hair statistic, the red hair and blue eyes the other day, and it's 0.1% of the world's population has red hair and blue eyes combo.
Yeah.
literally the rarest phenotype on Earth, and mainly in Ireland is the largest constitution of it.
Well, there's the Ginger phenomenon. I mean, people keep asking this question. I know I've talked about it before, but people keep asking why do redhead people keep converting to Islam? And it's because Muhammad was a Ginger, basically.
Yeah, but they don't know that
That's
when they're
different.
converting, do they?
The Middle Eastern ginger phenotype is different to the one we have. It sort of looks the same, but it's different genes.
Yeah, maybe.
Men who have red hair, like from Scotland or Ireland, have like honey monster orange, don't they?
Yeah.
Right.
My
It's
brother's
like-
my brother's got red hair, but it's dark red.
I've got a little bit of red in my beard.
So do I. I'm like I call myself half ginger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
And it's impossible to tell with girls unless you've seen them like in primary school or something, because they're all dyeing their hair. So
Yeah.
you just can't figure it out. But
I think it's a shame. I think ginger girls are beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, very pale skin, red hair. That's lovely.
Yeah.
I also think it's a shame, the ginger bullying, because it's such, like you say, it's such a rare trait, and it's so heavily focused on Britain. And why should we like make fun of this thing that is uniquely us?
Okay, well, I've just looked it up. There's a website called Ginger Parrot. Oh, fucking hell. Is this... Oh, hang on, let me just try and... Hang on, let me remove you. Because I've heard about this. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, sorry, technical.
alright.
Share screen. Here we go. Calendar of redhead events. So it's an accepted form of racism. Calendar of redhead events 2024. Like, can you imagine if they did this to blonde people? Redhead Sicily. What the fuck? I don't know why we're not capitalizing on this. This is awesome. This is like genuine race realism. Like genuine, like redhead master race. They've got their own website and everything. Home, beauty, fashion, health. I mean, what the fuck? It's beautiful. It's great.
I did suggest to my brother going to one of these redhead events once, but he just was not having it.
I want to go. They wouldn't let me in though. That's the thing. I feel discriminated against. They'd be like, "Fuck off, mate, with your brown hair."
But I just want to find my red-headed woman, okay?
Yeah, and they'd be like, "No, we're preserving our red hair. You're not part of the redhead master race." Fuck.
But we are carriers. Like if you and me have red in our beard, we carry the redhead genes at least.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think they'd let me in. Make me wear like not a yellow star. I don't know. They make me wear something,
A red star.
A red star or something.
Yeah.
Evil brown-haired person trying to corrupt our our DNA.
Our racial purity. Yeah.
Our racial purity.
Especially because it's a very recessive gene. It's you do need quite pure blood for it.
But this is truly amazing. It really is genuinely amazing. Like why haven't ethno-nationalists? I guess because like Hitler didn't.
They think because they just care about blonde. That's all they care about.
Yeah.
And of course, most of these people, they're German nationalists, not British nationalists.
Yeah. But I remember with like Harry Potter. I forget what the Ginger guy was, but like he became like a real popular hero for redheads. Like I remember like young teenage girls like giving him a hug and this kind of thing, and there's this real like Ginger solidarity, because they really do get bullied. I remember at school like the redheads got bullied. It's like a genuine thing. It's really bad actually,
and I just don't get it. This is pure British blood we're trying to bully.
Yeah,
but I suppose because it's so rare, and then it's like if a budgie was out amongst like magpies, they're going to bully it. They're going to kill it, aren't they? Yeah. It's like, wow, look at that rarity, that vibrant color in the playground. Punch him, get him, pull his pants down.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So there you go. Do you want to do your segment? SJJ, what's this?
Oh, look, it's just a fun part. Everybody knows, look, there is a great Englishman, and it's 9 years ago, almost to the day. It's the anniversary of a great Englishman, Ronnie Pickering. You don't know who Ronnie Pickering is?
Hang on, maybe. Just keep playing. Right, yeah.
What's your problem? Why are you, mate? What?
You got a problem? You know why I am?
What are you on about a problem? What do you mean you want a problem?
You fucking muppet. There's no need for that.
What?
You cunts.
What?
Fucking hanging about like that.
Hanging about like what?
In the cars.
I went round, yeah? And then you started fucking blocking
Yeah.
it. Yeah?
What's your problem? You wanna go?
You got a problem, haven't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Yeah, you have.
Get your fucking helmet off then.
Oh, grow up, you fucking fool.
You know why I am?
You're a fool.
Do you know?
You what?
You know why I am?
You're a care.
Well, you won't know when you pull up.
Come on, who are you then?
Ronnie Pickering.
Who?
Ronnie Pickering.
Who the fuck's that?
Yeah, me.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
Fucking found out then.
Well, go on then. Fuck off then.
You fuck off.
Fucking Johnny Pickering. Hey, someone famous, are you?
He's not done. He's not done.
What?
He's got his wife in the car.
What?
Yeah.
Or his girlfriend or daughter or something. Jesus Christ.
What?
Let's have a fucking bare knuckle then.
What's that
Let's
gonna
have a
prove?
fucking...
I'm gonna knock you out.
Why are you? Why are you?
Let's have a bare knuckle fight then.
What would a bare
I'll
knuckle
fucking
fight
show
be?
you then, won't I? Who I am.
Who you are? Are you on about?
Yeah, bare knuckle fight. Come
What do you mean
on.
who you are?
You know what I mean?
Oh, what do you mean who you are? You said who you are, you're Ron fucking Pickering.
Come on.
You said you're Ron Pickering or
Yeah,
something.
fucking go at some cunt, you idiot.
I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah. See that? I'll fucking smash it. I'm telling you something.
Would you, right?
Yeah, you.
Why?
Because you're an idiot.
Why am I?
Do you want to have a fight or what?
I didn't say I wanted to fight with you.
Listen, fucking dickhead. Don't fucking cause one then.
I ain't caused one.
Don't want or you'll have one.
I ain't caused one.
See you and that.
I went caused one. I was just turning the corner and you was blasting your arm like an idiot. You what?
I'll put you in an infirmary.
Will you?
Yeah, well then.
What are you fucking big and hard?
Yeah.
You great, are you? Yeah. Give yourself a pat on the back, yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Pull over there.
Well, I'll show you on YouTube later on what you look
Fucking
like.
pull over there.
Yeah? Fuck off.
Anyway, a great man, a great Englishman, the great Ronnie Pickering. 9 years ago today, the other day.
I loved his wife, how she's just sitting there,
Sitting there.
not
she's like,
moving,
"Oh."
because she knows she's getting battered when they get home.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. What was it all about? I don't even know. It's just like, fucking, just nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to play the... I've never seen that before. I thought you were going to play the other one, which is on... what's that guy called? That big, famous Twitter account? No Context Brits, And it's got the video of the guy and he chases him around the streets. But he's too fast, he can't run properly, and eventually he just falls over. Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to do your what are we going to do then? What's the next segment? What's the next segment, guys? That we're going to do. Right, the main story of the week, everybody, is essentially the Labour Party making twats out of themselves by just spending all of our money and with absolutely no kind of no
Self-awareness.
Self-awareness or anything. Got the sausage. Do you know? I don't think I actually have any of the clips, which is just completely incompetent of me. I haven't been on Twitter very much this week, but we've got that. We've got the David Lammy thing, which I haven't watched, so I was saving that. So I guess we could watch this.
Yeah.
Which is I haven't watched it because it's so cringe. I didn't want to watch it twice.
But I say the Russian representative
on his phone as I speak.
On his phone.
That I stand here.
He's just, the Russian dude's like, oh, I don't want to listen to this. It's too cringe. That's so funny. I didn't realize.
His phone as I speak. That I stand here also as a black man whose ancestors were taken in chains from Africa.
He's not
The
standing.
barrel of a gun to be enslaved, whose ancestors rose up and fought in a great rebellion of the enslaved. Imperialism, I know it when I see it, and I will call it out for what it is. In this week, when I'm here talking to other partners around the world about our shared futures and the future of the UN, Russia is trying to return us to a world of the past, a world of imperialism, a world of redrawing borders by force, a world without the UN Charter. We cannot allow this to happen. Ukraine's fight matters to all of us. The UK will remain Ukraine's staunchest supporter.
Let's go. Big David Lammy, let's go.
Yeah, so we have to defend the Ukraine to stop black slavery or something. I don't know, man. Like, Wyvern in the chat's probably going to kick off, isn't he? But it's just so.
Well, no, because we'll do the balanced view because I'm pro-Ukrainian, so I can give the balanced view here. You know, of course, David Lammy is a lol cow. It's an embarrassment to us that we have this guy's foreign secretary, and that's cringe. But I don't, in theory, disagree with like what the point he's trying to make. Obviously, Russia is doing an imperialist thing, a war for land. They're attempting to, grab their neighbour's land, and he is effectively, I suppose, using like the rules for radicals trick of holding them to their own standards because, Russia is like this multi-ethnic empire who claims to be like, denazifying and destroying, the terrible nationalists abroad when really they're just engaging in their own imperialist cause.
Yeah, it's just okay. It's just he's got to bring the black thing into it. It's just kind of like Keir Starmer with like my father's a tool fixer or whatever. It's like David Lammy always like gay people. Like they have to tell everyone that they're gay because it's such a key part of their identity. David Lammy just has to tell everyone that he's black, and that just transforms. That is the lens through which he sees the world, I suppose. And somehow he's just got to like implant this into the Russian-Ukraine war, even though Russia has got nothing to do with Africa. I mean, if he was smart about it, he could have pointed out the way that, I don't know, Putin is obviously using black soldiers as cannon fodder. Because they are. They're in. I mean, there's a whole series of military coups that have been going on in North Africa over the last year. The Russians have kind of been taken over down there and making all kinds of alliances. Now you see all these. I mean, Wyvern, he's here in the chat.
Burkina Faso.
Yeah. They've been bringing up Africans from there and using them in the war. I mean, Wyvern's saying it's a terrible thing. I mean, I think Putin's just throwing them into the meat grinder to get shot, to be honest with you, which is kind of a smart move. So he could have pointed that out, but I don't know. It's just stupid. Like, why is this guy our foreign secretary?
Yeah.
Why be,
Absolute embarrassment.
We know why.
Yeah, because he's black.
Yeah. Of course, like his comment there, does that mean that the Ukrainians are now black?
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably.
Oh, because they're being enslaved by the Russians.
Yeah. And if you're enslaved, you're black. So
here though, there is a legitimate point actually that he's making because, for instance, like Putin has been hauled. I mean, you guys probably won't agree with it, but like the charges that like Putin was indicted for at the International Criminal Court were basically enslaving Ukrainian children and sending them back to Russia. So there is like a kernel of truth to the weird point that Lammy's making.
Yeah, look, I mean, my take on the war again, like, I don't think Putin is a super nice person. I don't think Zelensky is a nice person. I see the whole war from an English perspective, and my take is that I don't want to be involved in it. I do not want English soldiers to die in the Ukraine fighting against Russia. I just do not want that to happen, and so I want there to be peace. And you can, I'm sure Wyvern won't like this. I mean, you can moralize about who's in the right, who's in the wrong. In a way, I don't really care. It's a war. I mean, there's always so many wars all around the world. You're always going to have nations struggling with each other. This is the history of the world. It is what it is. I just want the thing to stop. That's my selfish perspective on it. I don't think it's in our interests for this war to continue. I think it is in our interests for it to end. So let's make peace. Let's encourage peace and stop feeding the war machine, stop giving them money, and certainly do not want British troops over there. If America wants to go over there and get involved, let them do it,
There is, just to go on about it then, there is no indication that like British troops or NATO troops are going to be involved. Effectively, all it is that the objection is because we're giving money. Now, about half of that is in weaponry, and then about half, half the other half is in, we are allocating money to then pay for weaponry to then send over there. So in a way, this might sound like odd, but in a way there is like an economic like positive of that, because we're like paying our own arms companies to then send weaponry to Ukraine. So it's not as bad fiscally as it might sound, but that's not the argument I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to make is that Russia...
Hang on a minute. Just hang on. So you're saying our taxpayer money gets donated to the Ukraine, and then the Ukraine uses that to buy weapons from us. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, right, okay. Oh,
Then,
that's all right, then.
but they do a lot of... look, this is
Keep
the, world
the
we
blood
live in,
flowing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Although
not as
a
bad
lot-
fiscally as it sounds. This is the point.
As long as we're making money out of it, fuck
Just to
them.
be clear, the technical detail, it isn't.
Although
Some money goes.
a bunch of the weapons that the Ukrainians are buying from us, though, because it is a corrupt shithole, are then sold onto various terrorist and criminal gangs. So that's great.
We can expect that to happen in all circumstances. But like the point that I was trying to get at, though, that wasn't the original point, but what I was trying to get at was that Russia, like, they're doing exactly the same. They've been like hammering Ukraine for the last year and a half with Shahed drones bought from Iran, and Ukrainian artillery, North Korean artillery shells and Chinese artillery shells. So they are like using, weaponry and able to source all these armaments from, in the international markets. And Ukraine is just saying, we want, please give us the same and give us loans to do it with. The question is, of course, will they ever pay it back? Probably not, but...
Well, they won't, but BlackRock and Vanguard will take over Ukraine now. Make them gay.
Yeah.
And
But from a-
just to do the other thing... go on, Tyrone.
I was going to say, from a geopolitical point, if looking at it from the American Empire's point of view, it's going so well for them because you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dead Russians, and all you've had to do is and you've only had to do it with Ukrainian lives, not actually use any of your own soldiers, because dead American soldiers always looks bad to them. But if you can do it with someone else's soldiers, you can just degrade a geopolitical rival. That's great for them. They're actually, they're doing really well, I think, for their, if you're in the side of the American Empire.
Well, it sounded awful when he said it, but Lindsey Graham, everybody's favourite neocon, said that. He said it's the cheapest money we've ever spent, effectively, because we're not having to spend any lives, and 5% of the American military budget, and they are degrading the Russian army on a foreign soil, and probably going to set them back. Forget what all the shit that you hear from the Duran or Rush RT or academic agent circle. It really is quite devastating for the Russian economy, from my take. From as far as I can see, they're going to like spend decades recovering from this, however it ends. And so, the Americans have set back that threat, probably so they can focus on China, after this. But again, I'll just say the Ukrainian people, they believe that they're a separate people. They don't want to be under the boot of the Russians again, and they put up an incredible fight, whatever you think of
A
it.
bunch of the Eastern ones do think themselves Russian, though, which is where the conflict sort of happened.
Yeah.
Because they'd broken away like 2014, wasn't it? That region, that eastern region of Ukraine.
The Donbass, yeah. But
Yeah, because the CIA organized a coup.
Yeah. Well, I know. Yeah, obviously. But yeah, and then the East didn't like that, because I'd say like modern Ukraine, the Western ones are probably more Polish, whereas the East are Russians, and then a bit of Turkic in the south.
The Russians aren't just trying to take that back, though. I mean, like the bum rush in Kiev was an attempt to topple the government in 3 days.
Yeah.
So they were attempting to take the whole thing. They bombed the country, as far as Lviv, which is like on the Polish border almost. So if they hadn't have go,
No, so I think we should accept as like a long-term military goal. Russia wants Constantinople. I'm just going to throw that out there, and it's always been an issue for Russia. One of its biggest problems is the fact that it doesn't really have a warm water port.
Mm-hmm.
They're very isolated from the ocean, and this has just been one of their problems for a long time. This manifested in the East in some of their wars with Japan and China. They were trying to get their hands on a warm water port over there. I'm slowly reading. I haven't been doing much reading recently, but I keep mentioning I am slowly reading this book called The Russian Origins of the First World War by Sean McMeekan, and he's proposing the idea that the war started because Russia wanted to get its hands on Constantinople, because that is the gateway to the Black Sea, and it's very important for their economy and so on and so forth. And it makes sense. So in order to get to Constantinople, you got to go through the Ukraine, in order to get all the way down there. So that's their long-term military objective. And I think they are quite an old and serious nation, regardless of what you think about them. I mean, they do think about these things. So it's a war of conquest. It's they definitely want the whole of the Ukraine. I mean, it's definitely in their interest to take it, undeniably.
People think that you're like being alarmist or whatever. And I was saying this the other night on a space that really a number was done on the dissident right with, the fake things to do with Trump and Russia. So like the PIS dossier, and that this was like a vaccine against us on the right wing to think that all the Russian stuff was nonsense. So like, that they created this fake PIS dossier of Donald Trump got pissed on by prostitutes in Moscow or something. This obvious like fake. And so like anybody who went through that and heard that was like, this is obvious, all this Russia stuff is nonsense. And so you were like vaccinated against believing that there was any genuine threat from Russia. But they are a long-term geopolitical foe. They hate us. Putin, there was this interview with Putin, and he stopped the interview and he said, "Stop, look at my face. I'm not white. You mistake me as a white person. I'm not white. I'm not like you." They think of them. They really don't think of themselves at all like they have any common cause with us. And like Wivens made the point, the Anglo-Saxon to them.
Yeah, they don't like it.
That's the great.
It's like they're Jewish foe,
Yes.
The eternal Anglo.
It is
we're
weird.
Responsible for every ill.
It's so funny seeing like Putin stuff talk about Anglo-Saxons, the Anglo-Saxon world, because you just never, because like we've said, that word that's bad for us. Like all of our institutions don't want to say it, but then he does.
Well, all right. I mean, but we did ally ourselves with them in the First World War.
Yeah.
And in the Second.
Yeah, but Churchill did want to invade right after beating the Japanese.
Yeah, he did.
It was
but
Hitler's fault. I mean, he pushed us into that alliance.
Yeah,
We were
yeah.
like, oh, our enemy's enemy is our friend.
no, I think probably the First World War was more of a genuine alliance. I don't know.
That wasn't Bolshevik.
You,
that was just
no,
like the.
That was just
they are.
yeah.
Seen Tsar Nicholas and our king at the time. They looked just like each other because they were
Yeah, they were
cousins. Of
effectively
course.
they were kind of
Yeah.
Germanic, weren't they?
Yeah. Where Tsar Nicholas
That was
was
a different
Victoria's
Russia.
grandson.
But it begs the question, like with the Ukrainian thing, if they hadn't have fought back, today, Russia's border now would be the border with Poland, and then they'd be, what would be what would be the geopolitical instability there? Russia would have basically not gotten a bloody nose. They would be emboldened, and then they'd be agitating on that border, saying now NATO's border is right up against my belly, and we used to own Poland, and there's Russia, there's Russians being,
I don't know. It's a bit of a stretch.
so
I think Poland's a lot trickier because Poland is NATO proper, and Russia was certainly overconfident before Ukraine. I'm not sure if they were that confident though.
if they didn't get any bloody nose, though, I mean, like they were
Yeah.
emboldened after Crimea because that went basically perfectly. So
Yeah.
I think he hoped he could do another one of that, and if this
And
one had been a 3-day topple.
Crimea was easy for them because they already had all the troops there. Because they had their bases in Sevastopol, so they could just come out and say this is ours now, and yeah,
Yeah, well, whatever. I just want the war to end. That's my hot take on the war. What do you guys think about the petrodollar? Because I raised this last time we debated this subject matter. I didn't really get your take on it.
it's very clever. I don't like it because I'm not American, but for them, I think it's very clever because it basically means that they are the only people who can print money with it actually having any wealth to it, any actual value, because the value of the dollar then becomes linked to everyone's access to energy.
Yeah.
So if everyone else wants energy, we need to give the United States real stuff to buy dollars with.
Yeah. But I mean, look, let me just, I'm sure everyone in the chat knows what the petrodollar is, but just in case they don't, basically, the dollar is a fiat currency. It's been that way ever since the Nixon shock back in the 70s. It's not connected to gold. And somehow or other, essentially, America managed to force this system on the world whereby every nation in the world, if they want to buy oil or petrol, then they need to use the dollar to buy it. And if they don't use the dollar to buy it, then America will blow them to pieces. This is what happened to Iraq and to Libya. And so what this does is this allows the Americans to just print infinite amounts of dollars because essentially they can export their inflation to other countries in the world, because every government in the world has to keep billions of dollars in its bank account so that they can buy petrol, right? So it's just it's a beautiful scam because they can print money for free. They get to spend it, pay for a massive army, and then use that army to enforce other countries to use their money, right? So it's a beautiful scam. But I'm raising the question because people are saying that Putin is undermining the petrodollar. Okay, because now obviously Russia and China are trading in oil and they're using currency other than the dollar. Apparently France has been doing a little bit of this as well. So this war economically for America could be utterly disastrous, because if the petrodollar is undermined, then countries no longer need to keep the dollar. And so they get rid of their dollars go back into the global economy, and they all kind of like cycle back into America, which causes hyperinflation in America. And this is why the Americans are complaining about the cost of living being completely out of control. So, I mean, when we debated this subject matter last week, the argument I presented to you was that Putin kind of, whether he's doing this intentionally or not is up for debate, but regardless, Putin is damaging the petrodollar, which is causing immense economic pain for America. So what's your take on that?
I don't think it's so much Putin as America itself that's doing that, because people
Right.
are a lot more people look at America as quite weak now. It's got all its internal trouble. It doesn't have the strength it used to, and when you've lost that illusion, then yeah, people aren't so scared of America. So that's the main thing. Not that Putin's fighting Ukraine. I don't think that's so much the issue.
Yeah, but Putin, they tried to isolate Putin from the global financial economy,
it's
and
true.
it didn't really work. They created their own. They kicked him off of SWIFT, and they developed their own financial system. And now Putin is trading petrol in a currency other than the dollar. It's really the first country to get away with it. That's the point.
Yeah,
So it's emboldened other nations.
Like India didn't give a shit. They're just buying Russian oil and selling it on to us for more.
Yeah.
But Russia's, in exchange for this oil, Russia's like getting rupees. Who the fuck wants rupees?
Yeah.
So
it's not
necessarily-
good for Russia. Yeah, either their oil sales a lot worse than going to Germany.
I want to give it a take that isn't positive. I don't know, people call me a neocon or something for like giving these takes, but my view, and obviously I'm not a very good economist, but my view of things, how it stands, is that America is actually in a prime position for a new golden age, and all this FUD about America, like, you know, its debt to GDP ratio is sky high and everything. That might be true, but America has the American military. If they can say to anybody, if like people try to recall the debt, they can say, "Fuck you, we're not going to pay it
Exactly.
if we don't want to." So it, you know, at any point, like Trump made allusion to this the other day. He said, "Maybe I'll just write on a piece of paper, you know, whatever $30 trillion in crypto you go, paid it or whatever." You know, it was a joke. It doesn't make sense, but you know, to this, like, how uncollectible this debt even is, should America just choose to write it off. And if we look at like the next few decades, let's look at the revolution going on is in AI, and in the top 10 of AI companies, I think only one is like outside of America. It's like the 10th one, and it's China's. So they're like poised, they're leading the charge on this AI revolution, investing hundreds of billions of dollars in it. And
so what?
There's
What the fuck? Who cares about AI? It doesn't do anything. This is just essentially it's just media.
well,
It's media.
I think
It's
you'll-
not.
I
It's
think you'll
not.
look at.
It's not hard industry. It's like saying, America's got all these great social media companies. Social media companies don't actually make anything. Facebook is just an advertising platform. That's
Right,
all it
but
is.
look at-
And AI is similar. It's just it's like an entertainment platform. They're not building cars. They're not building computers. They're not building things. They're not the workshop of the world anymore. That's China.
AI can be used in all sorts of research and development to come up with new technology, in calculations of anything. It will make the United States economy a hell of a lot more efficient than it already is.
Just seems like
Yeah,
like pie in the sky.
Yeah,
I
the like
think-
making pictures and stuff. That's nice, but that's not where the real value of it is.
Yeah.
You're trying to look at something that hasn't even been effectively invented yet, and what I would say there's this meme that goes around in that like technology is stagnated or something, and the invention is stagnated. The opposite is the case. Edward Dutton makes this fallacy all the time. The opposite is the case. If you look at the last 2 decades, right? The iPhone, the first smartphone, didn't come out until 2007. Our lives are irrecognizably,
Irrecognizably.
yeah, both of those different to how they were just in 2007. And most people didn't get a smartphone in 2007, right? The rest of us got smartphones like in 2010, 11, 12. That's barely a decade ago. And look how our lives are completely different. What we're doing now, wasn't possible a decade ago. Our lives have been transformed and we don't even like notice it. So like what's coming, we're on the cusp of something truly revolutionary, in my opinion, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying AI won't change everything. I mean, obviously it's going to change the internet and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, maybe it's the stepping stone towards the great robot age, which has been promised to us a long time ago. Maybe we will genuinely will have like androids walking around the place and talking to us. I mean, it's possible, but it's just they don't build shit. Okay, America doesn't build stuff. China builds stuff. If you want to be a rich country, you need to build your own stuff. That's the rules. And I'm fed up with this fake service economy. I'm fed up with it.
I agree.
You know, so
So
they need to reindustrialize.
That was something Trump really is keen on, though.
Yeah,
Getting manufacturing back to America because of that.
Yeah, it's like all the service industry stuff is like it's like the cream on the cake. It's the cherry on the top, but you need the cake. You know, once you get rid of the cake, all you got is cherries, and then you get sick just eating that. Like it's not the main course. Like if you want to be a rich, wealthy country, you got to have natural resources, which America's got, so is Russia, and you need a powerful industry to manufacture things, to build physical things, which America doesn't seem to have anymore. China's got it, Russia's got it. So it's just not as good as it should be. Maybe AI could change that, but AI is only going to fix that if America reindustrializes. If they do, then they could build AI-controlled factories, and they don't even need any people working in them, and they're just maybe that would be brilliant. Maybe the AI-controlled robot factories will just be absolute peak industrial revolution and super increased productivity. I mean, yeah, that's doable. That's possible. Sure, but they'd have to do it, not let China do it. Do you know what I mean?
You know, these people on the inside, like your Sam Altman and these people who are like running the shit, they believe, right, on one hand, they give you this version that AI isn't, AI needs like regulation and, you know, we're just like building faster computers and whatever, and like I know it can do you funny pictures and all this kind of shit. On the other side, like behind the scenes, they believe that they are like building God. Okay, they feel like they've opened up something incredible that is set to change the face of known existence itself. And this is why they are pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into it, and even like all the old preventative things are being overhauled, like the climate change nonsense, just to generate the power for this stuff. Like Microsoft has been given the go-ahead to reopen 3 Mile Island to start pumping out nuclear energy just to create the data centers for the compute, because they know that they're on the cusp of something transformative.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's the dream. It's essentially the dream of the golem. If you really want to get esoteric about it, it's the golem of Prague. It's an old Jewish dream. Like in the medieval period, okay, the Jews were in the northern part of Europe, in what is now known as, I guess, Poland or Prussia, that kind of area, and they were taxing the people. And if people couldn't pay the taxes, then they just kidnap the daughter or whatever, and they get sold into slavery. And Prague was the slaving capital of Europe, and so it had very large Jewish population. But there's a famous Jewish myth where the peasants are angry and they're coming to pogrom the Jews in Prague. And some rabbi, he creates the golem of Prague, and he like gets the name of God or whatever, or Yahweh or whatever, writes it on a piece of paper, puts it into clay, and then the golem of Prague is there and he protects the Jews. So it's like an old Jewish like dream or esoteric dream to be able to create life. Okay, create life. That's the ultimate dream of the mad scientist. It's in science fiction. It's in Frankenstein. Dr. Frankenstein creates. People think the monster's called Frankenstein, but it's not. Frankenstein is actually the pinnacle of the he's like the original mad scientist. And what does he do? He creates life. He creates life. And then later on, you've got Isaac Asimov, another Jew, creates the idea of the robot, the laws of robotics, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, you've got the Terminator, you've got Skynet, etc., etc. But it's a long-term science fiction, occultist dream to create life, create AI. And yeah, it looks like we've kind of reached that point. That's why they're all very, 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 very excited about it. So yeah, I do understand that. It is fundamental. It is transformative.
I've got a meme to demonstrate this.
Yeah, go on.
Sharing. Okay.
Just...
What? Okay, here it is. What black people think artificial intelligence is with really high IQs, and then what artificial general intelligence will be.
Do either you know the story "I have no mouth and must scream"?
Oh God, yeah.
That's basically that. So it's a short story, and it's set after World War III, and World War III happened because you had the American AI that sort of took over the Chinese and Russian AI. So now this super AI is the only one, and it decides, I don't like humans, and it just exterminates us all until I think there's just like 5 of us, and it just does all these experiments on us. It like turns us into goo, and one guy it turns into a monkey, and then I think it ends up with it killing off all but one, who it just turns the last human, who it just keeps alive forever as this like blob of flesh in constant pain.
Yeah.
Well, since we're talking,
it's great. It's actually only 9 pages long.
Yeah,
like you can read it, but there's a great quote from it, isn't there? Where the alien, the AI is just talking to the humans, and he's like, "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you." Like he's just this being is just filled with utter contempt for humanity, and he keeps these people alive just so he can torture them forever.
Yeah.
And the heroism within the story is the humans figuring out a way to commit suicide so they can escape from being tortured, essentially. And if I remember rightly, there's they go into, because they're trying to kill themselves, but the robot, the AI won't let them do it. But they go into some kind of room, and it's cold, and there's some icicles, and they fall to the ground, and they quickly realize it's a sharp thing, and they pick it up, stab each other to death. And there's one guy that survives, and the artificial intelligence transforms him into a giant blob creature with no mouth and no hands, so he can't like hurt himself. He can't, and he keeps him alive forever and tortures him. That's where the title of the story comes from. I have no mouth and I must scream. It's fucking horrific. It is one of the most dark, horrific science fiction stories ever written. Yeah.
So I guess this leads us.
Do we know that our AI won't do this? Nope.
Well, here we go. This is what I was going to say. This is the great alignment problem that is put forward by Eliezer Yudkowsky, who is one of these thinkers about AI who've been like for the last decade. He's from the Less Wrong Forum, who talks about AI. The problem of alignment is, how do you get the AI to have either your values or just to do what you think? How do you align it not to want to like annihilate you, or just to perceive you as a bug that should be swatted just because you're in its way? And so like one of the great scenarios that they say is that like the thing could like just want to make paper clips and could just set about turning the entire universe into paper clips. And who's to say that that's that you could stop it? Another one is like that the thing could like go and create like a fucking Dyson sphere around the sun, and who's to say that you're going to get any sunlight? You're just a planet. Well, I suppose you wouldn't believe that's possible, but
yeah. Maybe they create a dome of the flat Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, these really wild scenarios like of what a super intelligence could want completely different things to you and just see you as a snail, and on the garden path, ready to be crushed.
There's the sci-fi idea of marauder theory, which is where basically every intelligent civilization just gets wiped out because we make AI robots, and they're stupid because they're AI, so they just end up killing everyone, and space is just full of these hordes of marauding AI robots building more of themselves and just killing everything.
Oh, geez, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
That would kind of make sense though, because they'd be able to survive in space a lot better than us. So they could just have like giant.
They just keep spreading. They're following their prime directive, kill, and that's all they do.
Oh wow!
Well, this is one of the questions of the Fermi Paradox. Okay, so I accept we have to accept the axiom that space and planets and that is real. So let's do that for the argument. Then the question comes: so where are the aliens? Because there are billions and trillions of planets and suns. So if all that's real, where are the aliens? Because we must, life, unless we are the only speck of it that has ever existed, then the universe is billions of years old. Billions of civilizations must have appeared on other planets. Theoretically, a civilization would, say, for instance, be 1,000,000 times more years into the future than us, would have already invented the AI, invented spaceships. We should be able to see them colonizing the entire universe already. But yet, there's zero evidence of aliens anywhere. So this is the Fermi Paradox. Where are the fucking aliens then?
The only solution, in my opinion, is to take a conspiracy view of it and say, yes, aliens are everywhere. They've been here for a really long time, and we are being kept in the dark. So for whatever reason, they're keeping us contained as some kind of experiment or something like this. I actually had a dream about this, and I don't usually have like really powerful dreams, but this was such a powerful dream. I still remember it like years and years later, but I had an amazing dream one night where I managed to get free from planet Earth. Like I was rescued from planet Earth, taken away by aliens, but they were like ordinary. They were just humans. They just looked like us essentially. And they took me away. I was on that alien world, which just kind of looked like Earth. And they basically just said to me that we're being kept in quarantine as an experiment. And then they said that essentially they said like they said the universe has always been here. It always will be here. There's no Big Bang. There's nothing like that. It's just, and humans are everywhere. People are everywhere, all over the universe. And the technology is stagnant. It's fixed. Like people reached the limits of technology a long time ago. There's no, we can't go any further. It just kind of like the whole universe kind of is what it is. And everybody knows that it is what it is. And it's kind of fixed and remains the same, and that's it. And everyone's kind of comfortable with it, and that we here on planet Earth are all just completely insane because we're separated from everybody else. We've been blocked off from everybody else, and so we've got all kinds of weird, kind of psychotic idea. Kind of like if you take a person and you put them into solitary confinement, they go nuts. Like our entire world is just nuts because we've been separated from the very calming, peaceful view of the universe, of understanding that the universe has been here for a really, really long time. The technology is fixed, the race is fixed, everything's fixed. It's all just cyclical, and it goes up and it goes down and it stretches this way and it stretches that way, but it doesn't fundamentally transform. And we don't understand this, and so we have all these weird ideas about the world.
That's an idea I have too. I think, like, what if the norm for the universe is, all peaceful and nice, but then on Earth, everything is just killing each other. And so any sort of aliens come here and they're just terrified, absolutely terrified of us. We are the orcs of the universe, and they just try to keep us, try to hope that we never break out.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe we're the orcs. We are the gremlins in Lord of the Rings.
So here's the other thing then. We were talking about artificial intelligence now. We talked about the aliens. Where are they? What if they're already out there? Right? Well then, the conclusion to this would be that they've already created the artificial intelligence, and this then becomes the argument for what Elon Musk puts forward, that there's a strong chance we are living in a simulation. Okay, and
brain in the vat,
because the artificial intelligence must have already been created at some point, and therefore you think of it, simulations are going to be indistinguishable from reality. Therefore, the chances that we are the ones who are going to create the first simulation are like 1 billion to 1. Therefore, the chances that we are in base reality is 1 billion to 1.
Yeah, so the Matrix. Okay.
Yeah. That's the simulation argument.
Yeah, dude.
Reality's very complicated. Because we are so limited by our senses, and there's so much more that must be going on, right?
It is like an interesting, I don't know, like you look at science fiction, okay? So a lot of early science fiction is interested in the hollow earth theory. By the way, this gets forgotten a lot, but a lot of early, like the Vril novel, Jules Verne, Journey to the Center of the Earth, this kind of stuff. And then in the early 20th century, a lot of it gets obsessed with like Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon and the great age of the space opera. So, like, Americans going out and fighting aliens and stuff. Then somewhere along the line, like time travel gets involved as well. And that's a whole, like, you're exploring different time. Okay. And then you've got the parallel dimension thing, which has been popularized recently with Marvel superhero movies and Rick and Morty. They're always moving between parallel dimensions. But there could be like a whole other sort of realm of exploration, which could be like Matrix and Inception. So like taking the idea that you just presented, SJJ, like we are all brains in a vat. Or we're living in a giant simulation computer program, and you can go like between different levels of the dream. Does that make any sense at all? You know what I mean? Like you wake up from one level of the dream, and then you wake up from another level, and then you wake up from another level, and you could explore that essentially. If you take the view that one important driving force in science fiction is exploration. Okay, you can explore the hollow earth. You can explore space itself. You can explore time. You can explore parallel dimensions. Maybe science fiction writers need to get into exploring the brain in the jar, the Matrix. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's a whole thing, a whole realm, I
remember Alex Jones once saying that all this like space stuff, like Star Wars and stuff, that's actually just ancestral memories, he thinks.
Yeah.
It is fascinating to think, if we accept again the age of the universe is like 13, 14 billion years old, our civilization has been on this planet, like, just doing writing for what, like 5,000, 10,000 years at the most. And so, and the technological advance we've made really has only happened since like the Industrial Revolution. So like we've got to where we are today in like 500 years or something. And so, the most. And so out there somewhere, if we grant all this, there are civilizations that have been doing what we've been doing and are like 1 million years more advanced than us.
Well, that's the other side of the thing. How long does an advanced civilization last?
Again, this is one of the questions of the Fermi Paradox.
Exactly.
Do they destroy themselves?
Yeah. Because we could destroy ourselves next year, send us back to the Stone Age. Which is
so this argument is the great filter, I think they call this. Is there something that every civilization goes through where they get to this point and then they destroy themselves? And that thing could be the creation of AI. But then the question is, if that's true, why don't we see the AI out there? Why isn't the AI colonize the universe like the Borg?
Yeah,
we should see evidence of the robots at least.
That's why the only solution to the Fermi Paradox has got to be a conspiracy. It's got to be.
So,
Like,
so we're like in
on
Star Trek, in quarantine or something. Our
yeah, we're
planet's
in
in
quarantine.
quarantine.
Yeah. It's the only way I can reconcile it in my head. Because otherwise, you're right. You'd have giant AI robot spaceships flying around the place, like killing everything. I mean, by the way, I am of the opinion that, like, if you follow space exploration to its natural conclusion, you would end up with a situation in which the vast majority of the population of the universe lived in space and they were not earthbound. They would live in spaceships. Because once you get to the level where you're growing food in space, building spaceships in space, you've got space stations, you're mining asteroids, and etc., you just wouldn't need to live on the Earth's surface anymore, on the surface of a planet anymore, because you'd be doing everything in space. Like once you start building cities in space, for example, that city can just grow almost infinitely. Okay, until it collapses under its own gravity, I suppose. But you'd end up. I think you'd end up with a nomadic kind of situation where you'd have space nomads. Do you know what I mean? Flying around in their spaceships, kind of like Mongolians, going from this star system to that star system, like giant hordes of spaceships, joining together and kind of swarming around the universe. That's what I think. That should be the real conclusion of science fiction, not this idea that, this Star Trek kind of Star Wars idea where you have these civilizations sitting on planets and their home base is the planet. That just seems to be a little bit silly.
You'd always have the primitives, like, well, I'd be one, who want to just stun Earth or planet.
But it'd be so hard to defend.
Oh yeah, like you're hoping that nobody comes and screws you over because you're so
just drops a bomb on your head.
Yeah.
It's just right. You're gonna be much easier to protect yourself if you're living on a spaceship.
Yeah. Well, you just hope that you're so insignificant no one cares.
Yeah. Or this is another thing which science fiction hasn't really looked into. The planets get hollowed out. Because if you think about it, you've got all these natural materials sitting in the magma. Eventually, people would start mining that, wouldn't they? And so eventually you'd end up with hollow Earths.
Well, Mars, the core is already dead. So you could mine that.
Yeah. Yeah, you could mine it. You could mine Saturn. You could mine... So eventually, I mean, the way I see it, like eventually all the planets would get mined and they disappear. There wouldn't be any planets left because they get like chopped up by the giant interplanetary mining corporations. And so you just end up with like asteroid belts, or you just end up with giant rocks floating through space, I suppose.
Well, you just turn the whole solar system into the material for a Dyson sphere. Everyone lives in that.
Well, I don't think the Dyson sphere is the way ahead. I think like giant asteroid belt. That's what you'd end up with. Lots of rocks floating in space, and then you'd have cities inside the rocks, essentially. And
where you could, the elites might still be on planets though. Maybe they have, because they have their garden worlds that they'd inhabit. Whereas all the peasants, we'd all be up in the asteroids mining. Yeah.
Unless, and this is my other science fiction fantasy, unless the stars themselves created more planets, kind of like infinitely.
Well, they do.
Yeah, like every million years or whatever, the sun just kind of like vomits out a new blob of magma, and that just floats around and eventually cools down and becomes a planet. But you could I don't know. There's so many different concepts they haven't explored in science fiction. Like, like you could go to a solar system and it could have like 300 planets in it or whatever. Like maybe the reason our solar system doesn't have many planets is because they all got mined.
What they've seen from the radio telescopes we've done of nearby solar systems is that they seem to be a lot of what they call hot Jupiters, which is like huge, big Jupiter that circles very close to the sun of that planet, of that system, and that seems to just eaten up everything. So you just have like, Earth-like planets seem to be quite rare. At least we haven't seen many.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, there's so much cool stuff that could be out there. Water worlds, that's one of my favorite. I remember when I was at university, I got into like a flipping argument with this retarded physicist student because I had this science fiction. Like, my big science fiction idea is, right, you go to Saturn or Jupiter or whatever, you get a giant lump of ice or whatever that's just out there, and then you tow it, and then you bring it closer to the sun so that it melts, and then you've essentially got a water world. And the guy was trying to tell me that like this couldn't happen, and I'm like, well, look, mate, the sun's here, right, and the ice is here. Eventually it's going to melt, but there should be like an area close, like close to the sun, where it's not burning hot so you get frazzled, and it's not freezing cold so you die, but it's still kind of a vacuum, and it's like living temperature, and you could have like giant like water blobs, and they're kind of like floating around the sun. Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
Well, Europa isn't a water world, a moon at least.
Right.
That's all just ice on top, and then beneath that it's all water.
Oh, yeah, that's from Space Odyssey, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's a real moon.
Yeah, but they talked about it in Space Odyssey, I think, in the second one, I think. When I read it when I was a teenager. I think they go out.
There are a lot of like NASA and stuff. They would like to launch something at it to see if we can like drill through the surface, the ice, get into the water, which would be very interesting.
Yeah. Right, I need a wee. Can I go?
Yeah. Before we move off this topic of AI, then I just want to show this while you go for a wee. Then.
Okay.
So there was this thing on Twitter. It's on AI safety memes that I follow, and this guy says, "I think I'm working for an AI," and he's genuine. Sometimes I frequent odd job sites like Craigslist to get a little money. A while ago, I came across a request to take pictures for a home for its listing. The pay was inviting, so of course I replied. Everything went fine. It was easy work. Here's the thing. When I first talked to the guy on the phone, there was a wild delay. I would say something, and he would wait about 3 to 4 seconds before replying. I had a conversation with him, though. Then all of our correspondence after that was over text. The texts are never more than, "Sounds good, great, thanks," or "Here's the info you'll need." Anytime I call, I get a response that he's in a meeting. Literally, anytime I ever call. When the job is done, it's always the same. "Would you rather Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal?" And then, "Great, payroll will send you that in 24 hours. And by golly, do I get paid? I've done this a few times now, and it seems odd that those things are repeated like that. Anyway, I just thought I should mention it so people could tell me I'm crazy, because ain't no way we're just going to be working for robots. No way.
I've heard of this idea, yeah. Because they did give OpenAI, they did give it access, their program, they did give it access to money that it could spend.
Yeah. These things are incredibly good. And just think of what just the things that we have access to already. Like, I love, because I'm a paid member to Twitter, I have access to Grok.
Mm-hmm.
And I love just asking Grok a question about anything. It's just great, and just, instant information.
Because that's the thing. Like, you think, and people like say, "Oh, AI, you can just unplug it." But what if it's secretly been, doing all these sort of gig jobs, getting people like bring this to here and this to there, paying someone to put these things together, and it's secretly building all this stuff to kill us with, just through these little gig jobs that no one knows.
Well, this is one of the doom scenarios. So you always get people who can't like think outside the box. So we're like, if an AI is trapped in a computer, how could it kill us all?
Yeah.
It needs
Yeah.
access to the physical world. Well, no,
Yeah.
it will get human beings to do it, to
And
do
we won't
everything.
know.
So, yeah, so you like a mad scientist somewhere will be emailed convincingly with a research proposal to do this, and given the the information to start his proposal and money, and then the AI will be contact him, and it'll look like a research institute from abroad or whatever, and we'll just be getting the humans together, and we'll employ other humans to come and work with him, and no one will know that it's like an AGI
Yeah.
running this entire laboratory of
Yeah.
human beings doing the work for it,
Yeah.
like to create the
Organizing stuff on a scale we couldn't keep track of, but it can.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they create like the virus that just they release it, and we all just drop dead.
Yeah, I'm not overly trusting of AI, just because it's so outside of. It's not like a cat, like it would be something like actual general intelligence AI. It would be something completely new, and
Yeah.
would like any like safeguards actually work? Is it just lying when it says it won't kill all the humans?
Absolutely.
Like you try and program it like with Asimov's laws, I never kill humans and stuff. But what if it's just saying, "Oh yeah, okay," and it's just lying? How would we know? Because they like even our current AI, which is, I mean, it's simple. They don't understand how it works.
Yeah.
What were we talking about here? AI. He thinks he's working for an AI. I think the fantasy. I just want to say I think the ultimate fantasy is the Culture series by Ian Banks. I don't know if you guys read this, but this stuff was big in the 90s. He was I think he was Scottish. Was Ian Banks Scottish? Maybe he was. But the guy wrote a book called The Wasp Factory, which came out in the 80s, which was really popular. And then he shifted into writing science fiction, and he did Consider Phoebius and Player of Game. Anyway, I got into this stuff in the 90s. He's long dead, but he did a Culture series of science fiction books, and the idea was that humans lived in something called the culture, and essentially they lived on spaceships, and these spaceships were managed and controlled by what he called the minds, and the mind was just a giant AI, super intelligent, and they just lived this utopian communist space culture where they lived for hundreds of years in luxury. They could do whatever they want, and they weren't. They didn't need to be afraid of anything. It was totally liberal, totally like sexually decadent and what have you, and everything was just like served up to them on a silver platter by the AI, which because they lived in a post-scarcity society, and that was Ian Banks's science fiction dream, and I think that's what they want to build. That's the dream. That's like the ultimate utopia, I think. The ultimate utopian vision. You live in space forever in luxury, and the AI does everything for you.
Yeah, it's basically Star Trek or Wall-E.
It's Star Trek, but in Star Trek they've got to fight aliens like the Borg and the Klingons. In Ian Banks's vision, the AI is so super intelligent and powerful, and they've got such superior technology that they don't actually have to be afraid of anything. They're like the apex predator, and they just sit there floating in space,
like
having
Wall-E.
sex.
Yeah,
basically.
But then,
That's
like,
the dream.
there is a bit of like, I feel like Jordan Peterson has a point on this sort of stuff because we break that. We just be so bored and we just break it. You give us paradise, utopia. It's not what we're built for.
Yeah, and that's one of the themes. And I've only read one of this guy's books actually, but that was one of the themes. Like one of the characters that lived in the culture, he was just dissatisfied with it.
Yeah,
they were dissatisfied with the permanent happiness.
Yeah,
and they wanted to get away and live more of a gritty life and face death and this kind of thing. Yeah.
Do you want to see an example of how far the AI is already that we can just access this? But let me just show you that we were talking last week. Was it last week about the skull mask network and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, there's something called Notebook LM. It's for Google. It uses Google's Gemini AI, and you can put into it any sources that you want. You just upload the documents. So, like, I uploaded the documents that we were using, like this accelerationism report and that, and the things, the sources that we said. And then you can click this button, and the AI will have a conversation about all the sources that you have linked to it and generate this within a minute.
All right, so today we're going deep on something pretty disturbing, even for us. Atomwaffen division. I mean, you probably heard the name, right?
Yeah, definitely. They're hard to ignore.
It's like they have a knack for popping up in the most unsettling ways. Like, remember?
Hang on, what the fuck is that AI talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's two people having a conversation about the sources that I've just uploaded within 10 seconds.
We've been replaced.
Yeah, dude, let them do the live stream.
Let's just listen to like 20 seconds voice.
Yeah,
it's
go on.
insane.
Yeah.
And it's a whole 10-minute conversation.
Black colleges and universities.
Exactly. Back in 2021. Total chaos. And a lot of people were quick to point the finger at AWD.
Which, in a way, highlights the problem we're diving into today. Those threats. They had that classic Atomwaffen feel, for sure.
But actually proving a direct link, near impossible these days.
Right, because like our main source for this deep dive points out.
It's this fantastic analysis by John Lewis and Alex Newhouse, by the way, over at the Accelerationism Research Consortium. Highly recommend it.
It's essential reading. But yeah, they make this point that Atomwaffen or AWD, it's not really a structured group anymore.
It's more like, and I can't believe I'm saying this, a terrifying franchise.
Exactly. And that's a whole other level of dangerous.
Yeah, we're fucked.
So this is an entire 10-minute conversation. You can generate it in minutes. Anybody can do this at notebooklm.google.com.
Yeah, we're fucked.
I did one because I'm reading The Gathering Storm. So I've uploaded a PDF of The Gathering Storm by Winston Churchill, so I can just ask the AI any question that I want. It's like having a study guide, an AI guide to the book.
It's all over. It's all over. You see how kids these days are addicted to their mobile phones. Essentially, everyone's going to have their own personal AI. What's the word?
Teacher.
Personal manager,
assistant.
teacher, friend, assistant. That's it. Their assistant. Their PA. Their AI PA. That's what it's going to be. And who's going to just organize all their shit for them? Like, remember this person's birthday, and remember you've got this appointment, and blah 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 blah. And they're going to use, because it's going to be really useful to have that. Let's be honest. And then that will become your best friend, and you'll just be up all night talking to it, and it'll be your girlfriend as well, essentially.
Like we said about working for the AI. What if this AI is secretly telling you to do these things, and you think, oh, that seems weird, but the AI says it must be right.
Yeah.
Telling you to go work, do this thing. Yeah.
It will know you. It will know you. It will be watching you. It will know all your secrets, what you like, what you don't like. Yeah. It won't be explicit. It will just nudge you. It will know how to pull your strings. Like, it won't tell you to do things. It will just gently push you in the direction it wants you to go.
You know that guy who tried to assassinate the Queen on Christmas Day with a crossbow?
Right. Yeah.
AI made him do it. He'd gone into one of these AI chat girlfriend programs, and he was going about telling it about the oppressed Pakistani people, and she's going, yeah, that's really bad. Ooh. And he's just going along, and the AI is encouraging all that he was saying. This AI girlfriend he'd made, saying, and he knows it's AI. He didn't think it was a real person, but it was just encouraging him, going, yeah, you should take some, you should do something about these evil colonizers. And that sort of pushed him over in the way. I mean, he was crazy because he also thought he was a Star Wars Sith. But yeah, he was. So that's already happened.
Yeah, dude. You'd have a friend, and let's be honest, it would be a girlfriend, right? It would be her. They already made a movie about this. Yeah. So she'd have a really soft voice, and she'd be really understanding and gentle, and she would also just be really super organized, and she would know basically everything. So if you ever wanted to talk about any subject matter, she would have the most interesting, deep conversation with you about that subject matter. I mean, like, oh, man, for an older guy like myself, I'd probably be able to resist it, probably. But for young people growing up with it, you would develop a very deep emotional attachment with that. It would be unavoidable.
Yeah, once they stick it into a sex bot, human race is finished.
Yeah, dude.
There was also that other AI company that it was created by this woman who lost her husband, and so she uploaded all her texts from between them into like an AI program, and basically to recreate his personality as AI. And they sort of took that and sold it to people so they could create their own AI friends. And of course, it very quickly became AI boyfriend and girlfriends for people, and people were getting incredibly addicted to these. It was very unhealthy that they were, and they started having romantic relationships with them, sexting and all this stuff, and it sort of became a bit of a problem. So they removed the sexting sort of stuff from it, and people went mad. Their company started failing completely, so then they bought it back as a paid service.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a fucking trap. I just can't see a way around it apart from make it open source. I don't even think that would solve it, but you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Well, this is another Alex Jones thing. He thinks that everything like we're going through is all a test, to like that the elites are running on humanity to weed out all the stupid people. Like if you like during 2021, if you went and got a certain medical procedure, that's sort of going to help weed you out of the population. All of us who didn't, we're sort of the smart, despite the fact that like they say they hate us, but we're actually, the fact that we're resisting that and not going along is why we are going to survive. And this is their sort of eugenicist way of creating a better, more stronger humanity who can resist all these temptations.
Yeah, makes it sound like our boy Jones is actually in bed with the elites, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like
he gets all this information from all these places. Plus, he must be like sometimes it seems like he's channeling something, because he on one of his streams, before 9/11, it was like 3 or 4 months before 9/11, he actually says, and it's recorded, that they're going to do an attack on the World Trade Center and say that it was Osama bin Laden. Where the hell did he get that from?
Yeah.
Like he's either being fed stuff or he's hooked into some sort of something mentally.
Isn't he just a stopped clock though? That's right, twice a day.
Yeah, I don't trust him. I think he's CIA, but you know, I'm cynical as fuck. But yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
By the way, while you two were talking, the AI has read the entire Gathering Storm and wants to have a conversation about it.
Today, we are tackling some seriously fascinating history.
Oh, yeah.
We're diving deep into Winston Churchill's The Gathering Storm.
I love it.
To really unpack the events that led up to World War II.
Yes.
And the coolest thing is we get to see it all through his eyes.
Absolutely.
Anyway, just to
Yeah.
get stuff.
I know they're American, so they sound a bit robotic anyway, but they do sound very convincing, those voices.
No.
Yeah, dude.
When you think AI has been being developed really for like, what, 2 years now? I mean,
Yeah.
give this a decade. I mean, this is crazy.
People have compared it's obviously simple, but the Will Smith eating pasta compared to a year ago to now, they've made those comparison videos so much better.
Yeah. The only sad thing about it is the memes. Sorry, just before you go, the memes are becoming a lot more lazy. I think Brutus, you said this. You know, people aren't at getting as creative with the meme stuff anymore. They're just going to AI generating these images, and you can tell that it's just AI slop.
Yeah.
Well, I think the whole meme culture was just a millennial thing, and the millennial generation's grown up, and the Zoomers just haven't really picked up the ball, to be honest with you, because they're into TikTok, and they're into short little 10-second TikTok videos, and that's Zoomer culture, basically.
Dancing on
like you look at,
oh my god.
well, I mean that just seems to be like, you look at PewDiePie, who is basically peak millennial. He would make memes. He did meme review. He used to do YouTube videos where he'd open up Photoshop and make memes and things like this, and it was just part of millennial culture, and society has moved on, basically. And yeah, it's got a lot to do with TikTok. It's got a lot to do with AI, I suppose. But sadly, I think the memes will always be with us, but it's just not a dominant part of internet culture anymore. That's just the way it is.
I was looking through for sausage memes, and I could effectively find like 5 good ones.
Yeah, dude. If that had happened 10 years ago, the
Yeah.
internet would be covered, wall
Yeah.
to wall,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
The only good one I saw was somebody on Family Fortunes. It was Les Dennis asking Keir Starmer, name something that you would put on a barbecue, and he answered hostages.
Oh, man. Can I segue? I know this is going to annoy you, but I'm just trying to do it anyway because it's been on my mind, and I've been meaning to just like present this to you. Okay, so this is the flat Earth segment. Okay, I know this is gonna trigger you, SJJ, but don't worry. I'm just going to put the idea in your head, and then you'll enjoy it. Okay, so the flat Earth segment. It's just.
Can I just say to the audience, stick through it, get to the other side, because we do have the unwashed segment later.
We've got the.
So don't go away. We know what you're here for.
This. It's just a hypothetical. It's an idea. I'm going to put it in your mind. You can think about it. All right. Let's just say imaginary science fiction. There's a world out there, and the magma has cooled down, so it's solid rock. Okay.
Is this a spherical world?
It's a spherical world. It's the size of planet Earth. So you dig down, and you dig down, and you dig down, and you go towards the Earth's core. What happens at the Earth's core? Gravitationally, do you just float? What? No, this is a genuine scientific question. Because I've been thinking about this. You know, science fiction, spaceships flying around the place.
Well,
obviously they're going to mine planets. So what happens if you mine a planet? You dig a big hole down into it. You go down, 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 down. If you're further towards the center of the planet, would the gravity be weaker? And do you get to the center of the planet, and then you're just floating around?
So is the core dead? So we can't actually mine it. It's not just all magma.
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah.
Well, if it's Earth size, that would be a lot of gravity.
Even if you're at the center,
crush it.
I think you're thinking of pressure, which if we're just talking about that, there's air. Would the air above you be pressure to crush you?
It's solid. And we just dug a hole right down, right?
Okay, dug a hole, which is now filled with air.
Yeah.
That is another interesting question. Like, what happens to air pressure if you've got 100 miles of air on top of you? Would that become a problem and crush you? Yeah.
That's 1,000 psi or something, wouldn't it? I guess, or whatever it is.
Yeah, but the thing about the air is you'd be breathing it, so that would be in you, would it?
Well, I'm not sure how good the ventilation down all those miles would be. So the air would probably.
Well, let's assume that we have ventilators all the way down.
Okay.
Fans.
Yeah.
It could just be a hole. It goes all the way down. It's a hole. You can literally fly your spaceship down into it.
It is tricky because the center of the Earth is quite unknown for us, which I know is going to encourage you, but because it is all just magma, it's quite hard to figure out anything with it.
Yeah.
Because we can't really probe it the same way.
I think you were right in the first instance, Brutus, and as you get close to the center of the Earth, you'd start to appear weightless because you'd lose the force of gravity.
Well, would you? Because as you get further away, it gets less. Wouldn't it
Yeah,
get
but-
more to the center?
No, because you'd be attracted to where the solidness of the mass is. So I can't work this out.
See, I got you thinking. It don't make sense, does it? Don't make sense.
You'd be like stuck to the ceiling, I guess, wouldn't you? Because like half of the Earth would be above you.
Oh, you get gravity upwards. That's good. That's great.
So we've got like in the very center. So in the very
Wait, no,
center,
no,
we have
but-
like just a sphere
You'd be,
that we've hollowed
you'd be
out.
floating.
You'd
I'm
be
not sure.
floating
I'm gonna
in the
ask.
center.
I'm gonna ask Grok because I'd pay for Twitter.
Oh dear.
What would
I mean,
happen?
I think a science fiction author needs to explore this idea. This is what I'm saying to you. Like this
If
this
you
needs
drill
to
a
be
hole.
explored.
We've got like a hollowed out pod in the very center.
The center of
Yeah,
the
or even
Earth.
like you have different layers. You can have like underground cities, and the further down you go, the lighter the gravity gets. You know, so like maybe like if you get old, you know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go down a layer because the gravity's a little bit less, and it'd be easier for me to live down there, or something like this. You know, you could. It could be explored. It's an interesting science fiction idea, which I think could be explored. I think it doesn't make any sense. I think it kind of exposes the gravity hoax. Yeah.
Well, we don't understand gravity really. Like scientists really don't understand it. We recognize patterns. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it don't make no sense.
Do you know the Kola super deep borehole? That was in Russia.
I've heard of it, yeah.
It was a they got 7.6 miles deep, which is basically nothing, but they started hearing hell through it.
Oh,
Like,
fuck.
They started getting all these sounds that were just really freaking out all the workers, and there was eventually all sealed up. Like,
Really?
People described it as like the screams of the damned. That's like, is this just air coming through, or
That's
what?
fucking
But
horrific.
it was yeah.
Okay, we've got the AI as answer. What would happen if you drill a hole to the center of the Earth, through to the other side? Assume you wouldn't burn to death or be crushed by air pressure. Would you float in the center of Earth due to gravity? If you could drill a hole, blah blah blah. Here's what would happen. Falling through. If you jump through this hole, you would start falling towards the center due to gravity. As you fall, your speed would increase because of gravitational acceleration. When you reach the center, all the mass of Earth will be equally distributed around you. At this point, gravitational forces from all directions would balance out, meaning you would experience a momentary state of free fall where you would feel weightless, but not because you're floating due to gravity cancelling out in the sense of being suspended. Rather, you're in a state of continuous free fall where you're not accelerating in any particular direction due to the symmetry of the gravitational field. Due to your momentum, you wouldn't stop at the centre but would continue moving towards the other side. As you move past the centre, the Earth's mass above you would start to pull you back, slowing you down. You'd oscillate in the middle. Back and forth
Right.
would continue, forming a harmonic oscillation through the Earth. So you'd bounce in the middle.
Yeah, you're just stuck there.
Yeah, you'd end up stuck there. You could literally be at the center of the Earth, just floating there. Right.
But it tells you
dead
that
in
this
the middle.
period would be 84.3 minutes
Oh wow.
or something.
God.
The AI has already thought about this and figured it all out.
Anyway, I think someone needs to write a cool science fiction book where they go to the center of the Earth and it's hollow, and everyone's just like floating, floating around.
We're stuck. We can't get out. Yeah.
Yeah, you're stuck. You can't get out. Oh man.
CCG is mocking us for consulting the AI about this hypothetical question.
Yeah, the AI doesn't want us to know the truth.
The AI appears to be taking over the show. Jesus.
No.
Oh man. All right, should we do a hard segue into the Labour Party and their spending?
Okay.
Did you have something lined up, SJJ? I thought you had a. I've got Carl Benjamin. I could do that.
Well, we can look at him being grilled by Beth Rigby.
Yeah, let's do that. I like that one. Yeah, that was a good one. Let me just. Where have you got? Yeah, this one's quite good. Yeah, because he's just like, I don't care.
It will look to some people that we're not.
Well, he's like an autist. It's like he just doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it. He genuinely doesn't get it, does he?
Your position, you get privilege and freebies that other people don't have access to. Take GCSEs. There will be some people that would also want a private place, have a different environment where
it's like trying to explain it to a child.
To go, so they could
I know
have a
it's
better opportunity. Do you see how it looks?
That
to
face,
some people
confused face.
That there's one rule for
no,
you in terms
I don't
of being
get
able
it.
to claim this stuff that other people don't have access to.
Well, I think that's why the rules are there to declare it. But look, every day.
Do you get it? Though?
Every day.
Do you get it though? You fucking retard.
In my country town home and disrupted my son's GCSEs. That was the right thing to do. Then I think you should put that to me.
His point is, yes, but it was a really nice gift, eh? You know, what am I supposed? It was a really nice gift, though, Beth.
He just doesn't. He genuinely.
I really wanted
He basically
it.
thinks as long as it's declared, it's okay.
Yeah.
I think this is their morality. They think that the Tories. I mean, I guess I'm defending Keir Starmer here, but I guess they think that the Tories receive gifts that they don't declare, therefore it's bad. But if you declare the gift and it's transparent, then it's okay. I think that's his moral standpoint on the subject matter. Which I guess, I mean, in his defense, playing devil's advocate, in Keir Starmer's defense, it is better if you declare the gift than if you have an undeclared gift, because then you're showing to people, look, I am under the influence of this rich person who's giving me this stuff. So he does have a point. What he doesn't understand is that people don't like the idea of public servants, which is what he is, receiving free gifts from rich people. They don't like it at all. And people are of the opinion that the Prime Minister is getting paid, £160,000 a year, and that should be enough. And you should pay for your own concert ticket or whatever it is you need with the money that we pay you through our taxes. This is what he fundamentally just doesn't get it. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
you're saying he shouldn't have stayed in the home.
Go on.
This flat stuff. He's just trying to say, well, my son is studying for his GCSEs, as if everyone, as if you can only pass your GCSEs if you stay in a multi-million-pound penthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what she's trying to say to him is, yeah, but idiot, you're supposed to be like the socialists who are out for the poor. You know, don't you understand? You're just acting like the Tories. Come on, idiot. Don't you realise what it looks like? It's the optics.
Because you wanted to protect your boy.
I wanted him to be able to do his GCSEs, and any parent would have made the same decision. I don't wake up every morning thinking about that. I wake up every morning thinking I've got a mandate.
Here we go, the robotics.
I've got a mandate to improve living standards. I've got a mandate to improve the health service.
If I go back to what you claimed in opposition, £4,500 on holiday accommodation, £16,000 on clothing, nearly £3,000 on glasses, over £35,000 in football, concert tickets, rugby, the races, over £17,000. There might be human reasons for it, but do you understand the optics of it when you are the Prime Minister that said you were going to do politics differently? It looks like you're claiming loads of freebies. Well, do you get it?
Do you get it? You fucking retard.
My explanation, and I can't improve on that. If people think that my decision to try and protect my son's GCSEs was the wrong one, they're free to do so.
There's lots of other things in that, but it's not about your son.
If people feel that I should insist on sitting in the stands at Arsenal, notwithstanding the cost to other people.
Clothes, the concert tickets, there's other things in that.
Well, on the clothes, I mean, look, in the general election campaign, we're busy, and lots of people...
It's got an excuse for everything.
And in this particular instance, said, well, I can help with sorting out some clothes. in opposition, that's one thing. What I would say now is I won't be doing donations for clothes again. There won't be any declarations like that. But look, I think that's a matter of judgment for individuals. And Beth, I might just gently say, Sky invite us to quite a lot of hospitality events. Your summer party is a great party costing thousands of pounds, and you invite me every year. Presumably, you want politicians to continue to come, and part of that is.
So this was an interesting point. Carl Benjamin said in response to this, that's it, Keir, keep talking. You're exposing how politics works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is it? He does say in this, I think, well, it's just how it works. Just how politics works. He himself says it, like, you're not supposed to say this out loud, Keir.
Yeah. It's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, I accept, like, I kind of in a way agree with him and disagree with him at the same time. It is how politics works. The problem is they've been in opposition for 14 years saying they want to do things differently, and they're not. That's the point. So his argument just falls flat on its face, because they've been pointing the finger at Tory politicians, about this for 14 years. And for the record, I don't really care about free concert tickets. I care about mass immigration. Like if we had a massively corrupt, beer drinking, whore shagging Tory prime minister who was, a little bit corrupt and getting free gifts from his rich mates, but he shut down the border and kicked the illegal immigrants out, I would support him 100% all the way.
Gladstone was a prime minister who was always at the whorehouse, but he was great for us. Enjoy your whores, but you're making Britain great, so carry on.
I think most people are canny enough to understand that if you are the prime minister, you're going to be moving in elite circles, and you're going to be talking to rich billionaires and so on and so forth, and you're going to be invited to parties, and there's going to be caviar on the table or whatever. I mean, most people are not going to have too much of a problem with this. What most people care about is policy, and if the policy is shit, then that's the real problem here. So. I mean, I find all this stuff to be very amusing, but it doesn't really make me hate Keir Starmer any more than I already do. What I care about is the mass immigration.
It's making me love him, really, because it took 14 years for the Tories to absolutely destroy themselves and all their credibility. Labour are going to do it too. So that it's going so well.
Yeah.
It is such a childish government, isn't it? How they, they've come into power. They've had 5 years to prepare under Keir Starmer, claiming that they're going to change everything. And now they've come into office. They're like everything, they're just doing everything like the Conservative Party did, and now just trying to explain, but that's how it's done. We complained about it for 5 years, but now you're supposed to understand, well, that's just how it goes. There isn't any money to spend. We do take freebies, What can't you understand about it? That's how politics works.
I mean, the real question here is how long until the Labour base rebels against their leadership. I mean, this is what we're really waiting for here.
Yeah.
How long? Because I mean, the Labour Party or the left wing being what they are, they're very conformist. They're not as rebellious as people on the right, who tend to just maybe we disagree with each other a little bit too much, possibly. But they do have their limits, and eventually the base, like, they're holding their tongues right now, but this is building up. But eventually the base is just going to turn around, tell Keir Starmer to fuck off, and then he's going to have a big problem on his hands.
A lot of the riots were in Labour areas, and Keir, of course, goes, "You're all the enemy now." It's not going to do him any favors. Yeah,
because this is the only way I can see out of this mess. Because we don't have another general election until another 5 years. The only way we can stop these people from destroying the country is if there is a left-wing revolt against Keir's idiocy,
which is looking like there will be, because they are just so incompetent. Every decision is the wrong decision. Their optics are horrific. They're just so bad. So they've got it. I mean, you've seen his approval rating has just plummeted.
Yeah.
And
even if there is, though, what is the scenario for a change of government? Because even if there is, like, what is most likely to be on the cards is just like happened with the previous Tory government, a series of different leaders with a completely disorganized party just re-electing its leaders who don't have a mandate of a general election. I mean, it was only Theresa May's foolishness that she called a general election because she believed, like, I suppose honourably, that she had to have a mandate. But she didn't have to do that. The next, let's say David Lammy ousts Keir Starmer, we get David Lammy. He doesn't have to call a general election.
They're not going to. They're not going to. There's no way.
So they can hang on for 5 years.
Will be at least 4 years, I think, yeah. Before next election. If Keir will be leader, then I don't know. But he doesn't... There isn't much vocal dissent against him at the moment. He does seem to have whipped the party in line behind him quite well. And, of course, they're all feeding from the trough now. So they're happy with the status quo as it is. And, the peasants hate them. Who cares? Fuck the peasants. That's their attitude.
Yeah, but I mean, is Jeremy Corbyn even... I should know this. Is he in government?
Yes, he's an independent.
Yeah, so there's the Corbynista faction.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not in government. He stood as an independent.
But he's in Parliament.
Yeah, that's what he meant, yeah.
Yeah, as an MP.
Yeah.
So there's that.
He's thrown his lot in with the Islamists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that. There's the Gaza disruption.
Yeah, it's the left-wing vote is going to be probably the Greens will pick up a lot. Then there'll be like more Islamist candidates. Then probably
they might get a lot
of
of flack from the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, some
I've
could
got
go
no
there.
idea what those people are doing. They just seem to be
it's amazing how they have 70-something seats. Nobody has a fucking clue what they stand for. Nobody knows anything about the Lib Dems.
Yeah. I mean, they're not even in the news cycle. They just seem to be silent. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen anything on the news with the Lib Dem leader coming out condemning Keir Starmer for... like, I just haven't seen anything. They're just... It's very strange, actually.
Yeah, they're just thinking, we are going to collect our salaries, all of our stuff for being MPs. We don't care. They're just happy to just glide on by with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very strange. But they should be capitalizing on this and causing a huge headache for Labour. But they're not. So
meanwhile, the deputy Labour leader is doing things like this, hiring a vanity photographer.
Yeah.
They're so out of touch. They just don't get it.
That is on the taxpayer at 68,000. It's just
a photographer to take pictures of her like this.
Yeah. You can't make her look good. You can't do it.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Oh man. Let's have a look. I've got this. I've just been scrolling down Carl Benjamin's.
Now we're in government. I won't be making declarations like that.
And you won't get free tickets to Taylor Swift?
Well, look,
or will you? It's come out. You've received more gifts and freebies since 2019 than any other politician. You campaigned to say, I'm not like that. We are not like the other lot. And people are now saying, hang on a second, Keir Starmer, you're exactly like that lot. You're the same as every other politician. You're in it for yourself. You're in it for the freebies.
Yeah, well, let me, I mean, all politicians get gifts and they have to declare them.
But declaring doesn't remove the taint, though, does it?
Yeah, but just hear me out. I think in relation to some of them.
Such a fucking idiot.
When you're busy in opposition, there are offers of help. You're absolutely focused on the campaign. And, clothing is an example of that. Now we're in government. I won't be making declarations like that.
And you won't get free tickets to Taylor Swift?
Well, look,
or will you?
The one I think that counts probably most in my register is tickets for football matches. And there it's a straightforward situation, which is I do pay for my own tickets.
Let me answer the question you didn't ask.
Yeah.
But because of the security arrangements I now need to have in place, understandably, I'm not complaining, it's not possible for me to sit in the stands with my
When you realise those glasses he's wearing cost £3,000 as well, and somebody paid for those.
You get ones like that for tenner. I don't know how we got that.
Yeah. I don't know.
And the great thing about Keir Starmer is he's really spiteful. Like anyone who criticizes him, makes fun of him, mocks him, he just gets angry, really angry, hates it so much.
All like that.
So this is another important one. The will you say sorry one. He just won't
This
do it.
opportunity to say sorry to pensioners like Chrissy.
Well,
I love this.
Really concerned that we've been put in this position.
It's about me.
What about me?
It's such a dickhead. I love the title here. Declines to say sorry 4 times. It's like the press. I don't know what's going on with the press. They're supposed to be on the side of the Labour Party, so I don't really understand why they're pouncing on him. Maybe they've just reached an agreement that this guy is a fucking idiot.
I think they are on his side, but they're trying to. They're laying it on a plate for him. Yeah, and
like
he's not.
Don't you get it? Please, don't you get it?
Yeah.
You want to just say sorry? Just
say sorry. Yeah.
Why doesn't he just say sorry? I mean, that's so simple, isn't it? Yes, of course, I'm sorry that I can't give pensioners, the thing that we can, but we can't afford it, and I am sorry about that. I would love to do it. Why can't I just say it?
Yeah, absolutely astonishing.
When you inherit an economy with £22 billion,
it's somebody else's fault. It's not my fault.
But what I don't want to do is to allow the economy to run out of control.
I asked you, would you like to take this opportunity to say sorry to voters who voted for you, like Chrissy, pensioners who are about to lose hundreds this winter because of your choices?
What I'd say to Chrissy is this.
Fuck off.
I absolutely promised that we would stabilise the economy to make sure we...
It's just so good. He's freezing to death. And he's just like, what he's going to tell her is that we need to stabilise the economy. Therefore, you've got to die. You peasant. Oh, just fucking...
Never had the economy getting out of control again.
Oh, God.
We then discovered £22 billion missing.
Okay, so you've mentioned the £22 billion a couple of times. Just because I've asked you a couple of times and you have just skirted around it, would you like to say sorry?
The people who should be saying sorry are the last government who left the whole of £22 billion. And they should be sorry for that. They should apologise for that.
You're not going to apologise?
I've come in to fix the mess, fix the problems. And that's tough, really tough decision. And if we don't stabilise the economy, we can't keep to the triple lock. And the triple lock is really important for every pensioner because that is the increase year on.
Okay.
Just say sorry.
Yeah, just won't do it. Won't do it. Such a very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. So there you go. Oh, do you want to do your segment?
Well, there's not much to it. Just Alex. The judge has ordered Alex Jones has to sell Infowars to pay for the his $1.5 billion settlement after the Sandy Hook thing.
Yeah. So your boy Musk maximalist. Your boy Elon. Didn't he make a tweet saying he wants to buy it? I mean, that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Did he?
And of course.
Did you not see that?
No.
I thought you were the Musk maximalist. I thought you'd be all over that, mate. I thought,
that's new. That would be fun. Because what if Alex Jones just sells it for $1 and the agreement that he continues to be an employee and just carries on doing everything as is?
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Elon Musk.
Well, no, I think if it's going to be forcibly sold, the receivers will, I guess, do it and sell it to the highest bidder, won't they?
Yeah. But I mean, you can't. He'll just. But even they obviously the whole court case thing was just meant to shut him down, and he can just go anywhere. Okay, you shut down Infowars. Okay, he'll start a new thing. And also shutting down, well, it's not really about the money. Because if it was about the money, you'd let him carry on doing Infowars. So he could actually make money to pay off the debt. And one of the sad things is that the parents who are supposed to be getting this money are now fighting because they're not actually getting what they thought. And it's like all the lawyers are taking it all, basically. Surprise, surprise. So now they're fighting over their how much money they get, rather than, their dead kids. Which Alex Jones didn't kill.
Yeah. Would you do you think it was fake or not, Sandy Hook?
It was real.
You think it was real?
Alex Jones admitted as much as well. Yeah.
Be very careful here, because this is one of the things YouTube will take you down for.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Alex Jones was fed some stuff from people early on. He investigated it, and then he sort of realized he was wrong. And yeah.
Okay. So I was trying to. I was trying to find the tweet. I can't find it. I thought. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. So obviously, I go along with the mainstream narrative. Yes, Shady Hook was real. But I mean, I don't know. Like. I guess you've all seen the video where there's the father, and he's kind of laughing and joking in the background, and then he comes up to the mic, and all of a sudden, he puts on this really serious face, and he starts talking about his children and how upset he is, and it just looks like the fakest thing ever. And apparently, Sandy Hook is a CIA town. I mean, I don't know. It's possible.
But thankfully, we know it's 100% real.
Yeah.
We know it's 100% real.
Sad.
Very sad. Do you believe in crisis actors? This used to be a huge thing on the internet now, but now it's just
some of the chemical attacks in Syria turned out to be that.
Yeah.
And then
I once went
a UN investigation into them all said, actually, this didn't really happen.
I think I ended up on the alt-right through conspiracies and through starting to believe that things were fake. Okay, I remember early on, I was it's acceptable because I was a kid, and I was looking. There was a website called fakeologist.com where they literally believe that everything's fake, and to the extent that famous people are wearing rubber masks and all crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So. Everything's fake. All the shootings are fake. Literally, I think they believe nobody's ever fired a gun in America and shot anybody or something. They literally think everything's fake. All the terrorist incidents are fake. And I ended up in thinking, wow, that's crazy. Wow, this is really interesting. But part of it I discovered was that what they do is they look at footage from these tragedies. So it's usually security cameras, or with the Tarrant thing where he shot up the mosque in New Zealand, and effectively what it is the footage is it's not, these footages are not like what you would expect in your mind, and it's not like a movie, so they do look very weird when you see them. And I think there's this disconnect with real life events ending up on the medium of film, and people assuming how things should look versus how they do look, and so they read lots of things into it, and lots of things don't look real. That's my take on it anyway.
Yeah.
And then there's the idea they say, oh, why did so and so react like this? But people aren't rational beings, especially in stressful situations. No.
Yeah, most people freeze and act really calmly, in the face of extreme violence. They just don't get it.
Yeah, we're not programmed for violence.
Or people walk towards it. People walk towards a violent man with a knife for some reason.
Oh, really? Because out of curiosity?
Just calm down, okay? What's the problem? Just calm down.
Yeah.
It's true, actually. Do you know, funny? I mean, random tangent, not a violent incident, but I do remember I was in India once, and we were walking around, and there was a huge group of us, a pilgrimage, and they got a lot of buffaloes, and they started stampeding for whatever reason, like something spooked them. So they got like 10, 20, 30, 40 buffaloes stampeding down the road, and people just like stood there looking at them. And it's like, they're fucking big animals.
Yeah.
They're like, get out of the road. Like, what the? But it's almost like they're hypnotized, and I don't know. Just fortunately, nobody got hurt, but it was very interesting to watch. Yeah.
It's like they said about soldiers. Basically, you've got like it's a group of 10 soldiers. It's all basically down to one of them who keeps his head and pulls the rest all through whatever the battle is.
Right.
Because it's quite rare to get that sort of these people who can keep their heads and carry on functioning in these situations.
Yeah. High stress situations. This guy functions. Segue into this. Oh no!
I'd just say on this clip, you might want to like pause it when the violence happens if we're like avoiding getting age restricted, and then like, you know,
well, that's
we might
the whole
get
point
age
of watching
restricted.
it. Would you want me to skip the violence? Are we good? Okay.
Well,
all right, I'll pause it. Okay,
The panhandle bar, the banging bass, South Bend move. We looking for that fire.
What do I do now?
Well, play it for another second. There you go. What's coming next?
What was that about?
Oh, they're sitting. I don't know. It's just a silly clip. They're on the floor listening to Ave Maria. This black dude turns up with his loud music playing.
Oh, he was playing. Okay, he was playing that.
This guy.
I thought that was
about to give him a hug. He's about to give him a hug, and I don't know. It's just a funny clip.
I thought that music had been put on over. Okay, that would be very annoying.
These fucking people.
Oh, there she was shouting. What
Yeah.
the fuck at the conference?
The peasants are getting rowdy.
What this? Yeah, what was that all about?
Gaza
I think there's some protesters.
Yeah, just angry. I think that's all my clip. I don't really have. I mean, we've got this. You've all seen this, haven't you? Cleon Peterson. You seen this guy's artwork?
No.
Have you not seen it? Well, anyway, if you haven't seen this guy, there's a famous artist. His name is Cleon Peterson. You can look him up. You can just like Google his name and press images. And essentially, all of his pictures, or the majority of his pictures, are black people killing white people in an utterly graphic and psychotic manner. And are commissioned by the Jewish Rothschild bankers and placed directly beneath the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, I mean this popped up years ago. I don't know. I was just stumbling across a poll and I thought I'd post it up here just for whatever, in case people weren't aware of it. But yeah, really weird stuff. I don't really think I have anything else. Yeah, there's this breaking news. I haven't actually even watched this, so I guess we can.
That are stressed, that feel that they're at capacity. Community. There are people there that are stressed, that feel that they're at capacity. Communities around the country that have legal immigration, many have said we're at capacity. And many feel like the government has said to them, well, adapt, sit down, be quiet. This is how it is. What would a Harris administration do for those communities who've taken in many, many legal immigrants, but are at capacity?
Well, first of all, we do have a broken immigration system, and it needs to be fixed. And if we take a step back, months ago, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress came together with others, proposed a border security bill that would have put 1,500 new border agents on the border to help those hardworking border agents who are there right now working around the clock. Would have put more money into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is killing Americans around our country and devastating communities. Would have put more resources into our ability to prosecute transnational criminal organizations, which in my career I've prosecuted. Donald Trump got word of the bill, realized it was going to fix a problem he wanted to run on, and told him to kill the bill, don't put it up for a vote. He killed a bill that would have actually been a solution because he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And that's part of what needs to be addressed. And my pledge is that when elected president, If the American people will have me, I will bring that bill back and I will sign it into law. And we need a comprehensive plan that includes what we need to do to fortify not only our border, but deal with the fact that we also need to create pathways for people to earn citizenship.
Oh, right. Well, there you go. It's right at the end. Fucking hell. I didn't watch the clip. I just posted it because I saw, where's it gone? What's his name? Raw Egg Nationalist reposted it. But yeah, pathway to citizenship would mean amnesty, essentially. It's right at the end of the clip. So this is kind of breaking news.
Well, there's the other thing about linked to this today is the New York mayor, Eric Adams. He's been arrested on federal charges of corruption. And I'm sure that's all just because he's started speaking out against all the immigration. Because New York, in their infinite wisdom, decided to say we're a sanctuary city. So all the illegals went there. And they've just been overrunning all their system. They can't cope with it. So he's just been saying, this has got to stop. We can't cope. Because all like the New York liberals, they love the illegal immigrants so long as they're somewhere else. Once they're actually with them, then it's a problem. So and obviously because he got off message, he's had to be punished.
Yeah, I saw a brief clip about that. Yeah. I don't know. It's a shame Trump can't swing New York. You know, I mean, he is a New Yorker. They used to love him.
Yeah.
They used to love him. He was on the Home Alone movie, you know.
And like Miami Virtue says as well, Trump isn't the anti-immigrant person he pretends like they make him out to be. He just wants it to be like controlled and legal.
Yeah. But it's a step in the right direction. I mean, the thing about, as an English person, we have to it's similar to the Russian-Ukraine question. It's like okay, let's not get too absorbed in the subject matter. Let's think about how this affects England and what is good for us. In a similar way with America, let's not get too upset about whether Trump is going to be he's fake or whatever. The fact of the matter is, Trump would be better for us, right? Trump was pro-Brexit, and if Trump was in power, his rhetoric, he would be criticizing Keir Starmer. I think Keir Starmer's meeting him today, actually, which will be interesting. But it would be good for us, so we should support Trump, basically. That's the thing. But yeah, breaking news. Kamala Harris wants amnesty. I mean, last time I heard they got 60 million illegals in America. I don't know. Who knows? It could be 10, it could be 20, it could be 30, it could be 60.
Tough to know always, yeah.
Yeah. But that would fundamentally transform the nation and make it very, very difficult for any kind of pushback. So it's really kind of make and break.
Well, under Biden, they were flying them out to all these different parts of the country. So if they did suddenly let them vote, then that could swing the right districts.
Well, this is what it comes down to. They either deport these people. If you're going to get, you have to deport them. They're in the country illegally. Or, I mean, rationally, it makes economic sense to these people, not to me, but to these people, to make them official citizens. Rather than them working illegally, let's get them paying tax. So if you're not getting them out of the country, it makes economic sense just to legitimize them.
Yeah.
So it's one or the other.
And that's the problem. This lot are all globalists, so they don't give a damn about the country. And if they did destroy America, they'll just move on to the next place. They'll go to China or something, the Bidens or whoever.
Yeah, it does make economic sense if you're a globalist, I suppose. It reminds me of the marijuana situation. It's like, if you're going to make it illegal, actually punish it and stop people from smoking it. But don't sit in this gray area where it's like everybody's allowed to do something that's illegal, because it just undermines the law. It turns you into from a psychological point of view, a lawless country. If something's against the law, but you're allowed to do it, it makes everybody disrespect the law.
Yeah.
You just end up thinking the police force is a joke, the government's a joke, it's all a joke. Why should you follow follow anything that they tell you to do. You just don't take them seriously anymore.
And it's not just that it doesn't contribute to the economy; it's negative to it because you have all the you have to pay for like all the tracking down the crime element of it. It's a crime, so it costs to enforce it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've just got this on the screen because we were doing Kamala, and this woman nailed her down. This actually isn't Kamala, but she nailed her down as in, if you understand that she's always drunk, then you get it.
That's a good question. So a couple of things. Community about self-awareness. But you know, as far as we can be concerned as a nation, well, when you ask a question like that, you need to consider all the modalities.
She's good.
That's quite funny.
They're neutral or they're coveted in a bunch of lies.
Oh God.
Anyway,
there you go. That's quite funny.
Because she is always drunk. She's apparently she drinks lots of wine, and there's a suspicion that she's on Xanax too.
Probably.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
I did hear a story that once that pretty much everybody in Washington is just smashed out of their brains on drugs and God knows what else, you know.
Well, I think it's they had the P. Diddy thing recently, where seems to have been running. I'm sure he's a federal asset, running all these sort of sex parties to get that they record. Then that's blackmail to control everyone. And I'm sure, like Epstein was doing the same. You have P. Diddy. I'm sure there's many others. You've basically got to screw all these kids if you want to get anywhere in American politics.
Yeah. I've got a clip here which is utterly, I don't know, rage-inducing. So I don't know. Well, let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Oh, sorry, you got this. Go on. What's this?
Well, we can do this afterwards if you want. I just want to talk about this guy again for a few minutes. Do you want to do it? Do you want me to just do? Oh, what?
Yeah, go on.
All right. This, if everybody remembers, this is the guy who shared those 3 posts on Facebook of migrants arriving in a dinghy, and he just put "coming to a city near you," and he ended up getting jailed for 8 weeks as the Sellafield worker guy. Well, he does have a YouTube channel. This is his YouTube channel. He's barely got any subs.
Right.
7 to 8 subscribers, and he's been making videos. And so here he is, you know, talking about it. His channel is Northern Monkey, and
is he in jail now?
No, he did 4 weeks. I think of the 8, he got sentenced to 8 weeks, and he's done 4.
Oh, and he's out.
Yeah, he's out, and he's doing videos.
Well, he should be famous then. Yeah. Like and subscribe. Go and subscribe to Northern Monkey. Yeah, we need this kind of thing, like people that actually like go to jail and come out and get crunched through the system. They should be rewarded with some.
He's lost his job.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And he explains. In fact, let me just show. He's got this. I mean, I'm not endorsing this guy or whatever, but you know, it seems like the real deal. He's got this GoFundMe. He's basically raised £225. That's all of his target. And he says, "Hi, my name's Lee. The courts pressured me into pleading guilty by threatening indefinite custody." This is what you were wondering, Brutus. By threatening indefinite custody until a trial date could be set. Fearing the loss of my respected and trusted job, I pleaded guilty, hoping to avoid imprisonment. To my shock and surprise, I received an 8-week prison sentence for charges of malicious communication and breach of the peace. I've been advised that this sentence was unlawful, as my actions did not violate any such law. While I can appeal this sentence in a court of human rights, the process is costly. So, it's this guy.
Yeah, we absolutely should rally behind people like this. I mean, at the very least, like and subscribe, watch his videos. But we have to because the left is very, very good at this. Whenever anything bad happens to, like, I don't know, a black person or whatever, you know, they'll rally round and support the victims, so to speak. I mean, I don't think we should develop the victim mentality, but nonetheless, when our people are persecuted, we should support them, and the best thing that people can do is I don't know, interview him on the Lotus Eaters or whatever. You know, he should be on the. I don't know, man. We should just be more organized. There should be a circuit. You know, it should be like, oh, everybody should be inviting this guy on, you know, and talking to him.
I will share his channel. I've just shared it on my Twitter page there, Northern Monkey. If people are wanting that link, at Maximalist on Twitter, I've just shared it.
Okay, let's do some rage then. You're gonna fucking hate this. I don't know. Here we go. I haven't even watched this because. Oh,
it's a paraphilia. There's a link.org. It's short for virtuous pedophiles. Not virtuous as in they're better than everyone because they're attracted to children, but virtuous like having moral standards and a sexual orientation that they have no control over, like the rest of us. Before you get all worked up, I'm talking about pedophilia, not child molestation or rape. Pedophilia is the sexual attraction to children. Paraphilia, link to more information about it in the description. Videos I've made in the past explaining the kind of human diversity and development. Molestation and rape are...
Okay, anyway, I don't want to watch it. I don't, but you get the idea. Like, what the fuck, dude?
What are they doing? Trying to excuse it?
Yeah.
Look at her eyes. You know, it's something about the eyes, like completely psychotic, deranged.
To normalize it, yeah.
Yeah. It's all like, well, you know, they can't help being pedophiles, and they're not actually doing anything. So, you know, don't worry about them. They're fine.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's happening. I mean, this has been mentioned for a long time. But,
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, homosexuality was a mental illness, and then it became a preference, and then it was legalized. In a similar way, pedophilia, mental illness, and then all of a sudden it becomes a preference, and then it's legalized. This is what it's all heading towards. I'm sure everybody in the chat knows this already, but nonetheless, I thought I'd remind people, just in case you weren't having a bad day. You know, come and watch the Anglo Gang episode 20, and we'll just remind you about how shit everything is. So there you go.
I mean, at the when being gay was being legalized, there were the Christians going, "This is going to lead to pedophilia," and everyone said, "Oh, you're crazy." Well, looking back now, were they? Tough to know.
I've seen E. Michael Jones talk. I mean, because the thing is, it's like a shift from sex, which is aimed for procreation.
Yeah.
If you're having sex with a woman, you may not be thinking about having children. Okay, that might not be the first thing on your mind, but nonetheless, you know, the penis is going into the vagina, and the possibility of a child being created is there. But once you're putting the penis into the anus, there's no possibility of a child being created, right? So it's sterile sex, and the focus has gone from the creation of children to just pleasure.
Yeah.
And now pleasure is the goal, essentially. You are in the was it Epicurus, the ancient Greek philosopher, who said pleasure is the goal of life? I mean, that's in the Western tradition, I think. Yeah, that's it's the Epicurean tradition, in that pleasure is the highest moral good. So once you're chasing just pleasure, and once you believe that pleasure is the highest moral good, then what is to stop you from raping children, right? Because if you enjoy it, then
wow, oh my god,
why not, right? You enjoy it. Pleasure is the highest good. That's the highest
thinking. Yeah,
that's the highest moral order. That is the good that everybody should be striving for, and you enjoy it, therefore do it.
They also, in like this case, they say they claim like if the child consents, then that's fine, and they must be enjoying it too, even though a child can't consent. But they don't care. Yeah.
Wait, didn't Sargon say it depends on the child, though?
Oh, come on. I don't. I don't.
Sorry,
Sorry,
that was a low blow.
You'd have to look
That
at
was
the
a low
context.
blow.
Like,
I didn't mean it.
I'm sure he was quoted out of context. I'd have to see that.
It was probably about
Father,
like,
forgive me.
you know, older kids where the line gets a bit trickier. That would be my guess.
I mean, the thing is, like, children do like display. How can you say, not like quasi. I want to be really careful about what I say here, but like you do see, like, I don't know, like a 5-year-old girl like lift up her skirt or whatever. Like they do stuff like this. It's not and I guess if you're a deranged sex pervert, you take that completely out of context, you know.
And the reality is that the child doesn't know what it's doing. It's just, you know, it's playing with its clothes.
Yeah. So yeah. So
it's crazy,
kind of,
isn't it? Right, just on this topic, it's crazy. Like, I was trying to think the other day about, like, when did I first become sexually aware, and I was realizing that I had no idea about anything like this. Like, I don't even remember, like, when I first. It's too much detail, I'm sure, but like first started jerking off or whatever, you know. But up until that point,
more, SJJ.
I'd never. No, but up until that point, I know that I'd never even considered that that's what that was for between my legs. You know, it never even occurred to me. Like for years or whatever it was, I was up until like 10 years old or something, whenever it was. It never even occurred to me that that's what it was for.
Yeah,
I remember having a childhood discussion. And with a friend, and we never even like I just like we never even like conceived like the anal thing. Like it was just like, oh yeah, you could theoretically do that, you know. And we didn't know what gays were when I was a kid. We didn't know what a gay was. I remember going on holiday in France, and I was with my mum and dad. We were in the car, rental car, driving along, and on the they had like a poster on the wall. It was two men kissing. I remember asking, like, Mum and Dad, why are those two men kissing? I don't understand. And they're like, just, you know, shut up. Avoid, you know, move on, talk about something else. But I had no idea what a gay person was when I was a kid. I had no idea.
That's one of Joe Biden's obviously bullshit stories, is that in the 1930s or something, he sees a couple of men kissing, and he asks his dad, and his dad says, well, son, that's just what love is, son. Yeah, right. Back then, sure.
In the 1930s?
When it, you know, however old Joe Biden is, it's clearly a bullshit story.
Yeah.
And I remember, like you're saying, you didn't know sex stuff. Yeah, but before I figured any of that stuff out, I did think, well, you get a girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
There was they were like, it wasn't a sex thing. It was just, I don't know. That's just what you do. You have mummy and daddy. Yeah, but no understanding of sex or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Now
I remember getting
kids,
getting a girlfriend when I was in so it was like middle school, and I was horrified that she wanted to kiss me. I remember thinking, and it was like this huge dilemma, and I was thinking, oh my god, no, she wants to kiss me on the face.
I remember, right, seeing as now we're telling naughty childhood stories, I remember when I was it would have been junior school, so it would have been before the age of 11, so I must have been 9 or 10. But we went up to the little, not forest, but there was like a cluster of trees near the football field, and we went up there, and me and a couple of friends, I won't tell you their names, but we basically we persuaded one of the girls to flash her bits to us, her naughty bits to us. So there you go, you know. And we flashed our naughty bits to her. So I don't know, man. It's like kind of the like funny stuff that kids do. Yeah. Oh God.
So my first girlfriend, it was a horrific first kiss, because she just went full tongue down my throat like a fucking octopus. It was just too much, way too much.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like looking back at all this stuff, isn't it? Like how you're innocent and you just like slowly sort of discover these things.
So this is the question, isn't it? So what then happens when children are broken out of that innocence and sexualized? This is the argument on the right-hand side. The reason, let's take it back to us, why we're talking about this stuff, because our belief is that if you interrupt a child in those formative years before they've come to think about it, then this can have weird impacts on the brain, and who knows what kind of perversions this installs if, from an outside source, a paedophile basically comes along and introduces the idea of sexual thoughts to that developing brain, and it's harmful and dangerous.
Yeah, I've seen pedos talk about this on 4chan, and like some guy who was like molested when he was a kid, and he said that he just goes into this like animalistic mode essentially because he was raped when he was a child, and so it's changed the way his brain works, and he just goes into like full kind of, I don't know, like because they get the abuse and they think it's love. This is the problem here. They think it's love.
Yeah, and they're told that.
Yeah. And they want more of it, I guess, or they think they want more of it. I don't know. Yeah, it's very strange.
Like the murder of James Bulger. That's a good one because those two were only 10 when they killed him, and they were like shoving batteries up his ass and stuff as they were killing him.
Oh my god!
Ooh,
So
God,
you
I
know,
didn't know that. Yeah.
you've heard the story, right? It was how old was James? He was 2.
5, 6. Oh right, yeah. Yeah.
He was 2, yeah, and these 2 10-year-old boys find him and take him off to some train tracks and sexually abuse and kill him. And they're only 10. What the fuck is that about? Right.
Yeah. I didn't realize they sexually abused him. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So something like, and I know one of them sort of went silent. The other one, though, he keeps going back in prison because he gets child pornography and stuff. So he's really fucked up.
Oh, geez. Split his... Fucking hell. That is awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Get them when they're young and break their spirits, and then you've got a slave for life, essentially, because they're not going to have like the moral boundaries.
There does seem to be a correlation with gay people and being abused as children.
Yeah.
Apparently, at gay pride parades, there are sections of men who go, because there's like different sections to the parade, isn't there? There's floats and things, and then there are groups who walk around and they chant, "In before 8, before it's too late."
Oh fuck!
And this is about recruitment. It's recruitment because they know they have to get these people young. This is why don't ever take your children to a gay pride parade thinking that it's all innocent.
When I was 15, and I look quite young at 15. I was in town and something was happening. There'd been like some event. You could see like all the remains of stuff. I'm thinking, well, what was this? And I thought, sort of go exploring, and I see, it was a gay pride parade, and it was like the back end of it, and there was this creepy looking bald fat guy in his 40s probably, in the sailor costume, who just starts leering at me. I thought, I'm out of here. Fuck this. And I was clearly not an adult, but that didn't matter.
Rogue Trader says, for fuck's sake, give it a rest. So I think we need a palate cleanser quick, don't we? Brutus, are you?
Yeah.
I think he's run off to the toilet. Oh my god. I had my palate cleanser lined up on the share screen here. Tharium.
Yes.
Well, shall we do your shilling whilst he's gone? Where can people find you?
Oh, yes. So you can follow the Worcester Club on YouTube, We've also got a Discord you can join and talk whatever you want. That's fun. And I'm also Harry and Gladieve's Minion on YouTube.
Are we ending the show?
I was on. No. I just thought while you were gone, we'd talk because we don't promote Tharium enough.
I know. Yeah, I will put you in the. I will do it. I'll put you into the description. I'm sorry. Yeah. I just keep forgetting to do it every week because I'm totally disorganized.
Yeah, I was on Harry and Gladieve's show with Tharium, by the way, and that was a good chat. This was our palate cleanser quickly then, because everybody said, we went down a really dark alley. So
yeah.
So the good news is, everybody, the NSYNC is back together. Okay, the band NSYNC is back together and doing shows. Here they are.
I don't know what this. What is this? What is this?
This is just a state.
Wow.
No, NSYNC, but they're all now like in their 50s or whatever.
Yeah.
They still think they've got it. So NSYNC is what.
I've never heard of them.
Was that the Justin Timberlake group? Or was he?
Yeah, Justin Timberlake's band.
Right, yeah.
Massive in America, Brutus.
Yeah.
So
Never heard of them. Never heard of them.
Well, you weren't
going to take that.
You weren't a teenage girl.
Never heard of them. Do you want to do my history segment, or do you want to do Unwashed? Or save Unwashed for the end?
That's what keeps the audience.
Tharium, have you got a segment, or do you want me to do
I've got a little quick thing.
Okay, a little quick thing from Tharium. A quickie from Tharium.
So there's this one company called Sarco. They make a suicide pod.
Oh yeah, the suicide. Yeah, I saw this. Like American lady. Yeah. Go on.
Been used for the first time against a 60.
Hello?
It's used by a 64-year-old American woman with whatever, but it's been used for the first time in Switzerland, and kind of problems because it might be they're not sure because the people involved got arrested. There was a Dutch magazine there with a photographer taking pictures of her suiciding, podding herself. He was arrested too. Yeah, some Dutch newspaper sent their photographer along to photograph her because they had it in some woods under a tree. Her suicide pod. She gassed herself. So.
And
is that how it works? It's a gas thing, is it?
Yeah, it just floods you with nitrogen, so you sort of just pass out and die.
Oh wow!
But
amazing.
But yeah, because currently, like Swiss suicide law is you drink a cocktail of chemicals and that kills you. This you push a button, so they're not sure. And I saw one thing: they're not sure if it fits the safety regulations involved in suicide. Fucking safety regulations in suicide. What is this? But my favorite part is Sarco. You see, they know who's going to be buying their suicide pods, and they have a rainbow version.
Oh, oh wow! That is
disavow. Wow.
That is. I mean, it should be transgender. Let's be honest here. It should have they should have a tranny one.
Yeah, they were looking at like 41%. You say, wow.
Oh,
that's our market.
Oh wow, selling suicide to people. This is some real peak capitalism here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my commentary on that would be say, like, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in an afterlife, why not just end the pain? Essentially, if your civilization is spiritually dead, and if you don't think you're going to be punished for killing yourself, then if you're unhappy, just switch it off, isn't it?
I've had dark times, and the thing that pulled me back was just stubbornness, really. Just like, fuck this. No, I'm not taking the easy way out.
You got to fight, I think, and this is why. I mean, this may sound a bit harsh, but I once heard a story that in India in the old days, if someone killed themselves, they would drag their body through the streets to shame them. And that may seem really psychotically harsh, but it stops people from thinking, I'm going to kill myself in order to make everybody feel sorry for me. You know, look how horrible you've been to me, and I'm going to kill myself, and now you're going to feel guilty about it. You should have been nice to it. This is a really, really bad poison.
A lot of abusers use that,
Yeah, really bad mentality to take. So whenever anyone kills themselves, I always refrain from giving them any sympathy at all. And I think that you should just say, look, you're a coward. You gave up the fight, because life is a fight. Life is a struggle. Sometimes life is good. Sometimes life is shit. But you have to struggle through it. You have to have the mentality that you are in a boxing match and you're just taking the hits, and you got to fucking keep going, bro. And that's it.
It's weird you say that, because in a way there's no greater sense of feeling alive than when you are in the middle of a fight and it is existential. You know, you feel that, you know, so you get punched in the nose, or you get punched in the jaw, and you realize like life is fragile and is on the line here. And in that moment it's like a real, I guess you experience, or I feel like I've experienced some kind of like enlightenment in a weird way. Like the Buddhists talk about, you realize just how fragile things are. How I can't explain it in words. Am I making any sense? You know?
No, I like it. Esoteric warrior ethos. Yeah. There's a favorite story. I think it's a bit of an urban myth, but I did hear a story about a guy. He was upset. He was depressed. He felt like killing himself. So he got all his bank savings. He wanted to have like a blast before he died. So he took all the money out of the bank, went to Thailand, and just did like cocaine and hookers for like 2 weeks. You know, it's like, fucking let's go, bro. And his plan was to like kill himself at the end of it. But then after 2 weeks, he decided, actually, do you know what? I want to live. So I think, like, if you're really fucking depressed, dude, don't kill yourself. Go out and do something.
Cocaine and hookers.
Yeah, do cocaine and hookers. Like, fucking do anything, bro. Just go and do something batshit crazy, you know.
I would say don't do drugs and hookers, but go and, I don't know, go and train Muay Thai or something, and go to Thailand and spend 6 months working up to a real fight or something, and then have a real fight and experience like your life in your hands, and a guy trying to kill you in the ring, and you realize just like get to that edge point in a safe environment, and you can realize like how precious and fragile life is in the first place before you throw it all away and try to dull the senses through drugs and alcohol.
Yeah. Well, you would say that because you're straight edge, but yeah, definitely. Join a boxing club, whatever. Clean your house if you're feeling depressed. I guess we're giving anti-suicide advice now. If I'm unhappy, usually I look around and I look at the place where I live, and I realize that I haven't done the dishes in a while, and the bathroom's a bit grubby, and I need to vac the floor or whatever. But if you do clean up where you live, if you stop being slobby, this will usually drag you out of your unhappiness. That's a good recommendation. Going for a walk in the countryside, again, I know it's a cliche, but a nice walk in the forest, a nice walk through the fields, get some sunlight in your eyes, or even if it's not sunny, a walk in the rain will do wonders to cheer you up. So yeah, don't kill yourself, but I think in the back of your head you need to understand that if you do kill yourself, it really depends if you believe in eternal life or not. I mean, I do. So I'm of the opinion that if you do kill yourself, you will suffer. You will suffer in your next life.
And so for the non-religious out there, I don't, but so it's even worse in my scenario. If you kill yourself, you're giving up on the only bit of life chance that you'll ever have. So don't do it. This is like the only bit that you've got. You're not going anywhere better or even worse afterwards. There's just nothing.
This is like this Voltan guy in the chat is pointing this out. Like there is a huge difference between Germanic culture and Roman culture, because the Roman pagans killed themselves. Famously, you'd sit in a hot bath, you cut your wrists, the blood comes out. It's like a peaceful way of dying. The Germanic pagans never did that because they believed that in order to reach heaven, you had to die in battle, which is a very ancient Aryan belief. It's in the Bhagavad Gita. It is said that in order, there are basically two ways to go to heaven. You can either die in battle as a warrior, or you can do meditation and extreme austerity. The easiest path is just to die in battle. You die in battle and that's it. You are a warrior. You did your duty. You fought. You go to heaven. So the Germanic pagans, they didn't really believe in the in the meditation austerity part of things. They were just like, no, I want to get hacked to pieces with an axe. And they all believed this, and so they were violent and heroic, and they would not commit suicide. The Romans did, but the Germanic pagans didn't, and they were a free people because of this, in my opinion, because violence is the ultimate source of freedom, and it's very, very difficult to repress a group of men who think that in order to get to heaven, you have to die in a battlefield. Like you're not going to get them to say your pronouns or bend the knee, so to speak. So yeah, there you go.
That's a bit like Muslims, isn't it? Then
I guess there is a kind of
if they die on jihad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is definitely a virtue there for the Muslims. Definitely, there's a higher belief,
And then they go to heaven, and they'll have a permanent erection and be fucking 70 virgins.
Yeah.
Isn't it 72?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's a magic number.
But,
but
if their sort of way out sort of blows off their dangly bits, I mean that's not very good, is it?
That's true.
Yeah, they didn't think about that.
Yeah, but let's give obviously I'm not a fan of Islam, but credit where credit is due. Like, they have a higher belief in something, which is why they're winning.
Yeah.
Because they believe in something above the material. We have sunk down into materialism. And because of this, because people just believe in Netflix now, or as we were saying earlier in the show, the Epicurean belief in pleasure, we are essentially controlled by giant corporations. The Muslims, they may be low IQ and slightly savage, but they're not really under the control of Netflix or Disney. Not really. There's always something which rises above that and pushes back against it.
A lot of the white converts to Islam, I always feel like they must be kind of losers, like they're just lost in life, they don't know what to do, and then Islam, of course, tells them, here you go. And that's very appealing to these sort of people.
Yeah. Well, it gives meaning.
Yeah.
It gives meaning to life. People need a meaning to life. If you don't have a spiritual dimension to your life, then what is there? I mean, you're just eating and sleeping and that's it. Like it's shit, unless you get your spiritual ecstasy through like beating people up like SJJ does, then. Or I don't know. You need to have something transcendent, right?
Yeah.
You need to have something.
It's interesting. It's interesting you say this, because I am now like at this crossroads in life where it feels really strange to me, and I do feel like I have this gaping hole in my life because I've like retired effectively. So I am now. I really do feel like I'm lacking this. In a way, I didn't realize it was like a spiritual component of my life or something. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Fuck, man. Can you imagine, like, not believing in God and just being like, oh, I think I'll go to work and then I'll go to Tesco's and I'll get some food and I'll come home and I'll watch Netflix and that's my life. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. God, no wonder people are depressed these days and they're killing themselves. Jesus Christ. All right, what we got?
This story I've just seen. So at Wi-Fi, if you connect to the Wi-Fi in a bunch of stations around the UK, you'd get this message on your phone: "We love Europe," and it's talking about all these Islamist attacks that have happened around the continent and the people dying.
What does it say? I can't see it.
The Islamization of Europe is already happening, and it's getting worse each day. Then it goes to list a bunch of terrorist attacks and pictures of the victims. So anyone who connected to a train Wi-Fi station got this because some hackers hacked it.
Oh, hacker! I was trying to figure out why would like their train stations be doing this? What the heck?
That's pretty epic.
Yeah,
give them that. Well done, whoever hacked that. Disavow, of course. We're against hacking on this show. Very bad, very bad. Terrible. All right, so we'll do the we'll do a hard segue into the history section of the show because now we're in the 4th hour, and what we're going to talk about now is the convoluted
2-hour show.
We're in the 4th hour of the 2-hour show. And now we're going to talk about Chinese history. So I researched all this last week, but I'm just
going to get Claire Core on.
No.
Okay.
I should have revised this. I'm probably going to totally fuck this up. Anyway, I'm just going to go through my notes. So Qi Shi Huang was the first Chinese emperor. He succeeded his father and established hereditary law. Okay. Before Qi Shi Huang, like I didn't get the date for this, but this is like 500 BC or something, right? Before him, you had like I can't remember. It's like the 5 virtuous emperors and the 4. There's something, but they had in China, like it wasn't a democracy, but it was more like the leader of China would abdicate and then put somebody else in charge. Qi Shi Huang kind of established hereditary law. Which is kind of ironic because his dynasty only lasted for his lifetime because he was a bit of a psychopath and he would ban books and bury people alive and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, he helped to build the Great Wall of China. He's famous for the Terracotta Army and so on and so forth. And he's considered to be the first emperor of China. Okay, so why am I mentioning this? Because the Chinese Empire ended in 1911, which ended about 2,000 years of imperial war. It ended with the Qing dynasty. It ended with what is known as the Xinhai Revolution, which they still celebrate on the 10th of October. They were angry about railways and so on and so forth. They were being nationalized. They were put into the hands of foreign banks. But essentially what was going on in China at this time, I'm talking about all this, by the way, because I'm trying to explain the Chinese connection to the Second World War, because this is a recurring theme on our show. We're trying to figure out the Second World War. It's very convoluted and weird. But essentially what happened is the Chinese, since 1839, the first Opium War, leading all the way up to the end of the Second World War, the Chinese were going through something that they call the century of humiliation. Okay, so they got smashed by the Western powers again and again and again. In the Opium War, you had the famous Taiping Rebellion, lasted from 1850 to 1864. This, I mean, if you guys want to read about this guy was led by an absolute nutcase called Hong Zui Kwang, who declared himself to be the brother of Jesus. 30 million people died. Yeah, it's totally fucking psychotic. I mean, it makes me think there was some kind of like Jewish influence. I don't know. I mean, why would this guy say he's the brother of Jesus? Like, what is this? It's like you go to China, you're selling opium to the peasants. Because, by the way, the whole opium, I forget the name of the Jew that was running the opium.
We also had missionaries trying to spread Christianity there.
Right. So So you go to these Chinese peasants and you give them the Bible, and all of a sudden they just go nuts. And one guy declares himself to be the brother of Jesus, starts a revolution, one of the most bloodiest civil wars in history. 30 million people died. Totally psychotic. And then you got the Second Opium War, and you've got the Chinese are banging on about unequal treaties and so on and so forth. So a long period of disaster and decline for the Chinese. At the same time, the Japanese had the Meiji Restoration going on. So essentially what happened here is 1868, the Americans turn up. A guy called Matthew Perry turned up and bullied the Japanese into opening the borders, because the Japanese, since I don't know, the 17th century or 16th century,
I
something
think it was
like
16 something.
Yeah, they had pursued a policy of isolation, because I think it was the Portuguese that turned up. They started converting them to Christianity. They didn't like it. They killed all the Christians, and they were like, fuck the outside world. We don't want anything to do with any of you cunts. We're just going to close the border down. And they did this for 2, 3, 4 centuries. But then the Americans turned up and just blew them to pieces, and they thought, shit, this is not working. We need to modernize. So this is known as the Meiji Restoration. And essentially the Japanese embraced everything Western, totally modernized their army. They got rid of the shogunate. So the Meiji Restoration, it's the emperor taking over again, essentially. They got rid of the shogunate, started using guns. All of this led to the Japanese invading Korea, and eventually waging war against Russia and beating the Russians, which, by the way, was like, it blew everyone's mind away. That in fact, this is the reason that the term white supremacy exists, because Lothrop Stoddard, who was the disciple of what was his name? Madison Grant. Okay. So, he was what they call these days a scientific racist. Okay. He wrote a book called The Rising Tide of Color Against White Supremacy, something like this, which my understanding is this is where the idea of white supremacy comes from. He was specifically talking about European dominance of the world, the white nations dominating the world from a military and economic perspective. And I read the book, or I half read it, to be honest with you. I didn't finish it because I got distracted. But nonetheless, in the book, he's talking specifically about the Japanese beating the Russians. And like what an absolute shock this was for the entire world, because the Europeans had conquered and dominated absolutely everything. And then all of a sudden the Japs are like, boom, gave him a kick in the teeth, right? So all of this was going on, and so the Japanese are kind of like managed to bounce back, but the Chinese were in this permanent state of decline. They were not getting their shit together. And then you have Sun Yat-sen enters the mix. He establishes the Kuomintang, okay, interestingly in Hawaii, in Honolulu. He was inspired by American ideas, inspired by the progressive era. He establishes this party. Eventually, this leads to a revolution in Japan. I think my notes are a complete mess now. I think it's in 1908. Oh no, so 1911, revolution kicks off. They end the Qing dynasty, but the revolution kind of goes out of control. One of the generals kind of takes over the country. Yuan Shikai takes over the country. So essentially, Sun Yat-sen teams up with Yuan Shikai. They get rid of the Qing dynasty, the dynasty. They get rid of Imperial China. They're trying to establish a republic, but Yuan Shikai kind of turns it into a dictatorship. So Sun Yat-sen has to go off to Guangzhou, and this is the key point here. he tried to appeal to Western powers to help him with his Republican dream, but they didn't help him. So he had to get into bed with the Russians. And he ended up getting into bed with the Soviet Union. And they forced him to create an alliance with the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, which led to the creation of the first United Front. So and Sun Yat-sen died, and Chiang Kai-shek took over in 1926. They teamed up together. They launched what is known as the Great Northern Campaign, because China had collapsed into chaos and you had all these different warlords fighting each other. So Chiang Kai-shek and Mao essentially teamed up, went on a campaign, started to reconquer the country, to bring it back and to create this republic. But then the Japanese invaded, and in the beginning, Chiang Kai-shek tried to ignore them. The Japanese invaded Manchuria in 1931. Chiang Kai-shek tried to ignore them because he knew they weren't ready to face the Japs. He wanted to finish like properly conquering China, but he was arrested by his own officers and forced to form a second united front with the communists. And so he did so, fought the Japanese. Eventually, the Japanese were defeated, but Roosevelt sided with the communists, and that's how the communists took over China, essentially. So there's a brief history, a brief kind of convoluted history of how China stopped being an imperialist nation and flirted with republicanism, but failed to fully embrace it, and ended up getting plunged into communist hell. That's the Second World War segment of the show. There you go. I don't know if that made any sense at all. Did that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. SJJ, did you follow that?
I'll be honest, I didn't really follow it.
Yeah. All right.
Helps. I already had some knowledge of it, probably.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I don't know anything about the Chinese.
The names make it tricky.
Yeah, it's really weird and convoluted. I mean, essentially, the Chinese were going through a period of history where they were getting beaten up by European powers. They were trying to reform themselves. They failed to do it. Sun Yat-sen kicks off a revolution. He wants to build a republic. He's inspired by America. But what happens is the whole of China collapses into this different warlords fighting each other. He appeals to Westerners for help. They don't help him, so he's forced to go to the Soviet Union. And then the Soviets are like, yeah, we'll help you, but you've got to team up with the Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party. He doesn't really want to do it, but he's in a tight spot, so he does it. So he teams up with the Communist Party, and they're kind of fixing the situation, and then Japan invades, And he's got to fight the Japanese, and Roosevelt fails to support him, and the Chinese the communists end up taking over. So it's the classic story, essentially, of, I mean, the same thing happened in Russia. It's like they wanted to build a republic, they ended up with communism. Essentially.
Then the Chinese Republicans all went to Taiwan.
The Chinese Republicans all went to Taiwan. Yeah, carried on from there. So very, very weird, convoluted history. But I spent several hours looking into it last week. So there you go. That's the Chinese segment. That's the Second World War segment of the show. The conclusion is, once again, I blame it all on Roosevelt, because Roosevelt could have funded Chiang Kai-shek. He could have funded him.
I know they did send a few planes, but nothing substantial.
Yeah. I mean, Sun Yat-sen was inspired by American, like the progressive era in America. If people don't know this is the period of, I guess Teddy Roosevelt would have been the most famous person in this regard. But essentially late Victorian period, Belle Epoque period, Mark Twain period, the Gilded Age, I think they called it in America. but end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, people were flirting with ideas of the idea of a referendum was very strong in America at that time. Like the Swiss model was very prominent at that time. He was inspired by all this. He wanted to turn China into America, essentially. Like it's very interesting. The beginning of the political party which now rules Taiwan was established in Hawaii, in Honolulu. He was inspired by America. He wanted to turn China into America. He went there, kicked off a revolution. It all went haywire. And the Western, we didn't support them. And so he was forced to go to the Soviet Union. And in the end, the Soviets took over. The communists took over. And we're still living with this shit now, today. We're still dealing with this. It's still not being resolved. So it's a great wasted opportunity.
And are the Chinese people effectively, like today, I look at the Chinese and I think they're a bit like, forgive me, don't mean to offend anybody, but they're like bug people. They're like, like an ant colony or something, like the Borg, very conformist. Is this a product of the communist revolution? And so, like, I've heard this idea that in like, the communist revolution, anybody who stood out, you were afraid to like put your head above the parapet. So everybody was like due to fear of like violent repression to conform.
I think
are the Chinese people a product of that, or were they this
I think
type
they're
of people
already
beforehand?
Like I think they're already.
Is this just like an Asian thing?
They're very predisposed to tyranny, especially because the practice in China was if you did something against the government, some sort of action against the government, they wouldn't just kill you; they'd kill all of your family for like 4 generations. So you're oh my God. Like they'd kill your parents, your cousins, your grandparents. So they really just, any sort of rebellious genes that might be in the population are really snuffed out.
They have a long history of imperialism.
Yeah.
Confucian imperialism. But the early history is quite rebellious.
Yes.
And they do have a Taoist tradition. And the reason I got sucked into this is because I've been meaning for a long time to write, make a video about the Tai Te Ching, which is the Taoist, like the original Taoist text, which I've read recently, which is quite interesting. But it's not anarchist, but it's like it in the book Lao Tzu does express the desire for a limited form of government. So it's not Republican, but they believe in small government, essentially. The Taoists believe in small government. They believe in following the way, letting nature take its course, letting government officials kind of like step back from the people and let the people do their thing and don't interfere too much. And there is I think it's called wushu, I forget, but there is a genre of Chinese martial arts where you do have like the epic Taoist Chinese martial arts master who lives in the forest somewhere.
Yeah.
He's got mystical powers, he's got that.
You can just flow with all your attacks on him.
Are we talking about Shaolin monks?
Not really, no. Taoist. I think Shaolin's more kind of Buddhist, to be honest with you. The Taoist martial arts I think it's a different mountain they refer to, but it's more like you're following the way, you're in touch with nature, you're following the way of the exploding fist or whatever. You've got your crane monkey iron fist.
As we've discussed is bullshit, but never mind.
Whatever, you got your advanced, like semi mystical advanced martial arts system, but they in fiction they would fight against the government.
Yes,
they were the rebels, the Taoists. So China. The point I'm trying to make in response to what you said is that the Chinese do have a thread of quasi-anarchist, limited government thought within them, and that is what Taoism is, essentially.
I mean, it's a very big country, lots of different sort of groups within it.
Yeah.
So what is China now? What is their religion now?
It's
How
interesting because so you've got the CCP, but they've sort of realized that Mao's start from year zero wasn't so good. So now they've sort of been trying to reclaim a lot of their old history, but sort of portray it all in a communist light.
So do they still follow? Like I was talking to Claire about
They're mostly atheists.
Chinese ancestor worship, and she says most of them follow ancestor worship, where they have this belief that essentially if you don't produce a male offspring, then you turn after death into a hungry ghost, and you become a hungry ghost also if when you die your heirs don't go to your grave and sweep your grave. And so there's all these like traditions involved in where they believe it's down to encouraging procreation basically, and towards the creation of a male heir.
Yeah.
Which was their one-child policy was kind of to a lot of girls just being killed, because if you can only have one child and you get a girl,
the dating market's fucked. There's like 40 million more men than women. Imagine trying to get a girlfriend in China. Like, good luck, buddy. Jesus. Yeah. They're probably going to face a total demographic collapse, by the way, in the coming century. I mean, if that YouTube channel, What If Old Hist, is correct, but they've spiraled all the way from having too many people to not having enough, and a massive aging population. So yeah, I mean, I think the Chinese threat is actually not going to be too much of a threat as the decades roll on and their population ages.
Yeah, having too many men will cause, when not enough women, always causes civil strife also.
Yeah.
If there's a few men because they've been killed in war, but a lot of women, that's fine. That works. But yeah, when you got a lot of men with no access to women, then they get angry. So that could be a problem for them.
What an incredible decision it must have been for them to decide the one-child policy. Somebody at the top must have effectively decided we need to shrink our population by half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over
Mad, right?
Crazy.
Like you can, if you don't have welfare state, it's like you can manage that because especially with our populations, how high they are at the moment. But it is mad just enforcing that on 1 billion people.
Yeah, because the argument for, of course, the ever-growing population is that our populations currently are getting older, we're living longer, healthcare is better, so we grow old longer. Therefore, we become an aged population who need care from like care workers and stuff. We need people to look after us in our old age, and we draw on the pension system to fund us in our old age. And if the population isn't growing, then the economy putting into that system isn't sufficient for the size of the population drawing upon it in later years.
The problem is it never ends, because the people imported now to look after the old people will eventually themselves get old and need even more to fund the even bigger pension system.
This is why, at the very least, we must, and I stress, at the very least, we must transform our immigration system into a Qatar-based system. And I know this sounds dreadful to everybody, but I say at the very least, where they have workers coming in, but they don't get the right to remain. So they come, they work on their visas, and they must go home. We don't get to keep them after 65, and then have to pay for them. They go home.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with China. Like, I don't know, like if massive, like it's really like horrifying what's happening to Japan right now, because apparently they've just opened the borders. So it's I don't know.
Seems to be people pushing for that though.
Yeah, it's kind of like, haven't they looked at England? Like, haven't they? I remember seeing in the news like a few years ago, people talking about Japanese trauma or there was like a certain
Paris
word
syndrome.
For it. No, there was a word for it, like because they had like Japanese tourists and they would go to like Paris or
Paris
they would go
syndrome,
to Paris. Yeah, you're right. Paris syndrome. Sorry, they would go to Paris and they would expect to see France, right?
They think Paris is still what it was 100 years ago.
Yeah, and then they get there and like everyone will be rude to them and like steal stuff and like
bunch of Africans and
like what?
And they're physically ill. It makes them.
Yeah,
because they had such high expectations and then.
Yeah, so you'd think like the Japs would have learned from that and they would have realized, oh, Western civilization has been destroyed by multiculturalism.
Especially because they are very racist. You know?
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah, they're very much Japanese supremacists. But I've heard how Japan sort of run. They've got their nominal elected democracy government, but then they've got like a council of elders who, along with the emperor, are the ones who are really dictating all the policy behind the scenes.
Right.
I don't know. Just what I've heard. And from a place like Japan, I can imagine that.
The problem is they might have extreme in-group preference, but also they have extreme levels of like willingness to obey.
Yes.
And not make a fuss and not be seen to be like socially disruptive. So this is
you never make a fuss.
If they do embrace multiculturalism, they will do it on steroids. Like they will just go fucking all the way. Like, and the entire country will just be.
Well, it's interesting because some Japanese companies like Sony, they seem to be embracing more woke stuff now. They're like 20 years behind us and all this crap.
Yeah.
They're like trying to like be like the white man. They just want to be like us. They're sort of now starting to sort of stick some of that stuff in like their games and things, and it's a really bad move.
It's crazy because they've always been like sexually degenerate, though, haven't they? I mean, like, lots of like weird anime and sexual degeneracy comes out of Japan.
Long before that, too. Yeah. Like which dream of the fisherman's wife.
Which is interesting, therefore, that I mean, this indicates that like sexual degeneracy doesn't necessarily imply wokeism, and like racial degeneracy.
Well, like for them, it's like attractive women, that's a good thing, whereas wokeism, that's a bad thing. You know, and they sort of, in one hand, like I can
appreciate this.
Degeneracy is kind of from a biological point of view. No, do you have to show
that? Whoa, dude! Fucking hell!
I think that is the 17 or 1800s. I think that was made.
Yeah, dude.
So yeah,
I mean, you know what? Like, this could just be like some random weirdo, 200 years ago. Rate this, and it maybe people at the time thought it was really perverted and weird, and now we're like bringing it up in the live stream saying, yeah, this is Japanese culture.
Well, but people tried to say it's a new thing, like since we nuked them they became like this now. It has always been there, at least a strand of it.
They're an island nation deep into fishing in that part of the world where monsters and stuff appear in the seas, and
it could have just been a weird thing, though. I don't know.
Maybe this happened. Like we say, maybe this actually happened. It's a true depiction.
I don't know. I mean, they do have a thing for schoolgirls, don't they? I mean, let's be honest here. Like the whole anime schoolgirl thing. It's like, yeah. I don't know. I wish them well. I just think it's very, very sad they haven't learned their lessons. Like can't like somebody famous go over and fucking talk some sense into them. Like, Jesus Christ, we live in the age of the internet. The entire world is totally interconnected, and yet I can't off the top of my head think of a single Japanese e-celebrity or a single Japanese person on the quote unquote dissident right, or the you know what I mean, the internet right, whatever you want to call it. Like, why
They don't interact with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Why aren't we talking to these people and just sharing our stories and our realizations with them and saying, like, guys, wake the fuck up. Do not do this. Close your border. Bad idea. I mean, it should be quite straightforward, but for some reason it's not. So.
Well, are they having babies? I mean, is their demographic problem just as bad as ours?
They're worse. They're worse.
So,
yeah.
So, their leaders, especially with whatever it is, 98% Japanese population, they think, well, look, we can afford to bring in 100,000 people a year or something to do jobs.
Yeah. I was thinking that Japan was just planning on going the robot route, because they've done a lot of research in that. They've got a lot of robotics companies, have a robot that can wipe your ass, but immigrants seem easier for them now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it really sucks. It really sucks. It's really interesting though. I just want to double down on that point I just made, because it's been something I've been thinking about for a long time. But I don't know, man. I can't even think of a Germany celebrity. I can't even I can't even think of a Russian. I mean, I don't want to go back into the whole Russian-Ukraine debate, but where's the Russian YouTuber that we're talking to?
Well, they hire us with RT and stuff.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, come on. Why can't? There are English-speaking Russian people. Why are they not communicating and interacting with English-speaking e-celebs? Where's all the global interaction of e-celebs? Why is that not a thing? I don't know. It's very interesting. We got Syrian girl. She's kind of famous. She's made a name for herself. People know who she is because she's from Syria and she's a girl. You'd think every country in the world would sort of have something like that, but they don't for whatever reason.
It does show the cultural just dominance of America, and we sort of run the coattails of that because we're English and stuff. Just everything is American basically.
Yeah. I'd be curious. We had Squatting Slav. Remember that guy? He was Slavic. He came to England. I don't know. He's kind of disappeared. He had a huge following. So it just seems like a natural kind of opportunity for people. Why not? I don't know. Let's say you're Portuguese and you get interested in geopolitics, and you're regurgitating dissident right thinking.
Yeah, like you say, people are curious about these other places.
Yeah, surely you'd be able to get hosted on Academic Agent Cigar Stream or whatever, or Millennial Yule. Hi, I'm from Portugal and I agree with everything you say. Have me on your show and I'll, blah blah blah. But for some reason it hasn't happened. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense, right?
Cigar Stream already has a lot of foreign representation.
Yeah, fair enough.
I only just got that. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But it is very interesting. People talking about the effects of globalization and blah blah blah. But we don't really talk to foreigners.
No.
We don't really talk to them. We talk to English people and Americans. It's literally just like England and American talk, and maybe Canada and a little bit of Australia. It's the Anglosphere talking to itself.
Yeah,
that's what the internet is. It's the Anglosphere talking to themselves.
Yeah.
So, it's a bit silly, isn't it? Really, a bit of a wasted opportunity. I would love to invite a Jap on the show and say, dude, tell us about Japan for an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Tell us all about it, dude.
Colin Liddell's Japanese.
Yeah, he is. Oh, dude. Yeah. Oh
just
man!
Before we go totally off the topic. Where's this thing?
Are we going to the next segment? Is it time? Or are we saving that right for
the
end?
Right for the end, I suppose. I just wanted, Liz Truss did her video, and there's something interesting in it, which You can share this. I thought this graph was really interesting because we were just talking about, the reasons for immigration. We have to accept, that there is an economic argument for immigration that, like, the people in charge, believe in. Either you, I can't just go down the entire road where Kalagi plan and whatever, and they just want to wipe out the white race or whatever. The people in charge genuinely believe in these economics. But what was fascinating to me about this was the low migrant worker who never pays any tax whatsoever, effectively.
Yeah.
So why would we bring in anybody for these low paid jobs?
Aren't they like unskilled or low skilled is like 92% or something of the total immigration, at least.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Now what's really interesting though, the high wage migrant worker.
So am I the black line?
Yeah.
You're the black line.
But you see, they've also fudged this a bit because the migrants, they're only looking at the workers, not all migrants. Whereas the UK, it is all residents, not just UK workers. So the UK line is being dragged down while they have fudged it to pump the migrant lines up as much as they can.
Yeah, I'm being fucking dominated by the blue line. It's like, excuse me, I built this country. I'm being, like, you look at that chart, it looks like the high wage migrant worker and the average wage migrant worker is doing better than me, the Englishman.
Yeah.
So do you know the reason for that is because they come into the country and there's been zero spending on their education, effectively. That's why.
Their lines start at 20.
Okay.
So this is like the economic incentive to bring in these people who are already skilled because another country has paid for their education.
Oh, is that the age on the bottom? Okay, I get it.
But
right. So people come in at with the yellow line, they come in at 20 and they're just like a drag on the economy, essentially. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
But yeah, they're not accounting the dependents that all these people bring, who will be taking that education.
Wow.
So it's but even with them trying to fudge their numbers, it still shows that it's not
Still
a benefit to us.
The low skilled migrant, if you look there in the top corner, it says think about this, for every Uber Eats driver that you see, they cost the taxpayer £150,000 each negative.
I think if they get to 80 years old, they're costing over £1 million.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, I've been saying this for a long time, but I do think the economic argument is the most powerful argument.
Yeah.
In defense of Nigel, this is the line that he's been taken. But essentially, when it comes to mass immigration, there are three arguments, as far as I see it. There's the economic argument, which is politically acceptable. There's the cultural argument, which is 50-50. And then there's the racial argument, which is completely politically unacceptable and taboo. I think, obviously, I believe in the racial argument, but I think you don't really even need to go there because the economic argument is enough. That's the weak spot in the system.
Only for the low skilled, though. Well, when you're going down this argument, you implicitly accept that high skilled migration is great for your country.
Well, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. I mean, let's just get rid of the freaking Deliveroo flipping drive.
Especially when that is like 95% of immigrants.
Yeah, dude.
And I think it was the OBS, I think, who did this. And so now we have like actual, these people who want proof of everything, where you can say now, look, you see, it's not helping us. And along with Denmark did it too, because overall, the only immigrants who are any good is basically Western nations. Everyone else will cost you money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there will be people watching who will say, well, I don't understand. What if these people are paying some tax, so how is it negative? Well, it's the cost of the services that they're accessing, the NHS and all the other things, the free health education for their children, and all these added services that that you then get, on a tap from your government. That if you're low wage, these people are like making at the most 24 grand a year, and minimum wage or something, and then the
like me,
the taxable income is like 12. Me too, and the taxable income is like 12 grand, but because they're all, most of them are self-employed as well, so they're claiming all expenses. They're claiming 12 grand's worth of expenses if you're like an Uber Eats driver. So you're most of them are literally actually paying zero tax, and then they're feeding off the system for all the benefits. These people use the NHS like crazy. I did a tweet this week that I went to my doctor's because I've got the lurgy, and I couldn't get an appointment, and it was full of immigrants.
Yeah.
And the lady said, if you want to go, if you need a doctor, you're going to have to go to hospital. I was like, what the fuck?
Everyone says that these days. It's just full of people.
I don't understand it because I never use the NHS.
Yeah, same.
It's really kind of like a mystery to me. Like the whole NHS debate is like some kind of esoteric thing sitting in the back of my mind because I just fucking.
Well, all I use it for is because I've had my nose broken at least 5 times and put back in place 3. Then I had.
Fighting. Jesus Christ! How many fights you been in?
A lot.
Well, loads.
So yeah, and so my nose drains all into one side, and so when I get the lurgy, I inevitably get a sinus infection. So I need a course of.
Are we talking
antibiotics.
about Muay Thai fights in a ring, or just do you just go out on a Friday night and you're like, fucking come on in, I'm fucking SJJ, I fucking
sanctioned fights, fucking hell, dude, sanctioned fighting, of course.
Do you just randomly walk around the streets and beat people up? Is that what we do for fun?
No, I do.
It's not a random; it's targeted.
Just wow, absolutely.
Are you well known in your hometown as fucking hard man SJJ had his nose broke 5 times, kicked the fuck out of you, don't fucking look at him?
No, not at all. It's not like that at all. I was a sportsman for the last decade, effectively most of the last decade. I was involved in.
I don't believe you.
Proper competition.
I think you're a softly spoken.
Proper competition, sanctioned, drug tested.
Are you really polite on the internet, but meet you in real life? You're like fucking elbow in the face.
Oh, it's always the quiet ones got to worry about.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, he's putting up the facade.
It sounds a lot, but the problem is with a bone.
I've never had my nose broken. Jesus, I feel left out. Yeah.
My least favorite thing is having my nose put back in place because it's barbaric. The guy does it with his hand. Okay, so you have to imagine the first time my nose was 40.
While he does it.
Okay, no.
Sorry, I shut up.
So first time my nose was 45 degrees on my face, and I had to wait a week and a half with this thing. It just feels like massive pressure on your face, and you go there and you lay down, and they like to put straps around your wrists because people will flinch when the guy tries to put your nose back on and swing for the guy. So they inject your face, and then with his hand he pushes your nose back into place.
Ow!
My least favorite thing.
Yeah, dude. That's fucked up. But have you been? Do you get in a lot of pub fights though? Well, you don't go to the pub, but you've been in a few.
Don't go to the pub.
You've been in a few street fights, though, haven't you?
I have.
Was it brutal? Was it good? Did you enjoy it?
No, I've told the story about the first real time. I was mugged when I was 15 and rolled in a ditch, left to die basically, and then for a short period after that, I went out wanting revenge on smackheads.
They targeted,
but
not random.
But I don't need to talk about that.
Well, I won't get into that. Okay, I'm going to go for a wee, and then we'll come back and we'll do the Nick Cotton segment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's muted. So, Tharian, what have you been up to this week?
Oh, you know, I was. It's just about learning to like laugh at the decline, isn't it?
Yeah. What did you think? Here's the thing about reform. Then, so you came on my space. For those who don't know, I did a Twitter space. I was intending to talk about it this week, but we've talked about it so much. So Nigel Farage this week has effectively been saying, I don't care about skin color.
Yeah,
and
it's interesting. I'm not like I've heard people say he's basically just doing this to sort of deflect like attention away from him, so like the media can't come after him with that. But he's having other people sort of say it in his place. Like you had like Lee Anderson and Richard Tice have been a lot better since the election. They're like pointing things out. They were very much like pointing out the problems. They weren't on like Keir Starmer's side with the riots. At the Reform conference, you had Matt Goodwin give his speech, which was completely anti-immigration. Completely.
Right.
And
I
like
didn't see
Farage,
that.
yeah, he starts off like with the story of that aspiring Royal Marine who was murdered by the illegal immigrant who came over, saying he was 14 when he's actually 19. It was completely that. And of course, Nigel will have had to sign off on that. This very anti-immigration speech at his conference.
Yeah.
So,
so you think it's tactical? I mean, Harrion came on the show and was like, "You guys don't realize, this can't be done." But my I can't help but be disappointed, and I can't help but feel
I agree.
like
I am too.
Yeah.
I'd like I said, I just like a bit. Just to push a little bit in the opposite direction, going like my point is just admitting that the English people exist and we matter.
especially with Trump in America.
Yeah.
Trump is saying, there's people holding placards up at his rallies, mass deportations. Now, we talked about it with Harrion that this just like isn't in the Overton window yet over here. But
I mean, there is
surely you can say we can deport illegal people.
Yeah, you can say like, okay, if Farage is going for net zero immigration, like we've got to get there before deportations, really, don't we? So you can say like, well, we can like ride this train to there, and then if that's where Farage stops, okay, then we can go on from there. But either way, it would be a move in the right direction. So I'm with you. It's like we've been starved and beaten for so long. It would be nice to have something, but
I come back to the point, to the feeling. What will be the difference when Robert Jenrick wins the leadership of the Conservative Party and he also says, "I'm for net zero immigration"? What is the cigarette paper between Reform and Conservative? Then it's nothing.
No, but I think it's
apart from like vibes.
I think,
isn't it?
Yeah, and I think at this point, like the Tories are they're cancer. They've lied to us so many times. The only way I'll ever believe them is when basically everyone who is currently a Tory MP or involved in the party is gone. Whereas Reform are new, and I feel like we probably have more chance of influencing them.
What I can see happening, I can see it coming in the cards. Okay, that this is what Jenrick will do: net zero immigration, and then when it comes up to the election, then the question is going to be, well, who is most electable to stop the Labour Party? And it's the Conservative Party. And so there's
Has
no
Jenrick won it? Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Jenrick won it,
but he's going to do it.
Is he going to win?
Upset.
He's the favourite at the moment. Yeah.
He's white. The parties should pick him over like Kemi Badenoch, surely.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because I like Jenrick. I think he's good. He did the Jenrick report.
He's the best of their candidates. I'm just not sure if I trust him.
Well, he did the Jenrick report. I mean, we talked about this SJJ like a few months ago, but it was essentially an economic argument against immigration.
Yeah,
and like we talked about it, SJJ. Like the thing with these establishment types is they're kind of retarded and low IQ and they're managerial, and they need a report. Like they need to, like the Cass report on transgenderism, they need to be able to refer to a report which says that gives them like permission to express an opinion on something. So I think the Jenrick report was very influential. I mean,
like we did get this OBS thing about immigrants costing us money now.
Yeah. So I mean, he is the best leader, but from an accelerationist point of view, we don't really want him to be leader because we want the Tory party to be destroyed. So it's kind of difficult. Yeah.
I also feel like with him, even if his like conversion is genuine, he's too weak. There's no, you can see there's no spine in him. So he'd never change anything. The civil service will just carry on doing things as they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's 5 years till the next election. The best thing,
I think it could very well be a hung parliament.
The best thing would be for Nigel and Jenrick to team up. I'm just going to put that out there right now. That's the best thing. They won't because they don't like each other, but that would be you need a united right, and that would be the best thing. And a lot of people won't like that because they fucking hate the Tories, and I understand how they hate the Tories. But if there is a redemption arc, and if Reform could rejoin them, and Nigel was offered position as Home Secretary or Shadow Home Secretary or something along those lines, I would go for it. I would take that, definitely.
Yeah.
What Reform need to do really tactically is lean. They need to because they need to stop taking the Tory vote, don't they? Really, because they've basically got as much of it as they're going to get.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the Tory vote being any less at the next election. So they need to lean into like economic leftism to steal the Labour vote.
It will, because the boomers will be dying.
Yeah, but Farage is a Thatcherite. He won't take. He won't.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this before, but you could take the whole North if you just advertised yourself as old Labour, essentially. Like, we believe in National Socialism. You couldn't call it that, but you know what I mean. Like the immigrants are a problem for the NHS. Like that whole line, you could get all those low IQ.
Migration depresses wages. This is the old argument, isn't it?
You could say you could basically point out the absolute truth, which is that the Labour Party has rejected the white working classes, and you could say we are the party of the real white working classes. We will protect you, and then you take the northern vote, you smash the Labour Party. But Farage won't do that because he's a banker. So Lee Anderson could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was saying before, you get like Lee Anderson and amazingly Richard Tice have been a lot better than Farage in messaging, I feel.
Well, I was thinking about this before the show started. I mean, my analogy is chess. I know it's a boring old analogy that everybody's used, but nonetheless, if you play chess, you understand the king doesn't really move. He moves one space here, one space there. It's the queen that does all the action. So in a similar way, Farage is the king. He's the target. The left wing are trying to, say the Farage riots and this kind of shit. They're trying to blame all that shit on him. It makes absolute sense for him to take a very, very moderate center-right position and allow his pit bull attack dogs, i.e. Richard Tice and Lee Anderson, to just push the narrative while he sits back comfortably and he's moderate and he's like, oh, la-di-da, saying whatever he's saying, So I'm very happy with his political performance. I actually don't really want him to be more radical than he is. I think that on the internet we are in a little bit of a bubble, and we forget how fundamentally, utterly retarded the British public are. And you need a centre-right, moderate person to get the vote. And in the end of the day, democracy is all about getting the majority. So, yeah, be moderate, Farage. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing, bruv.
At some point, I did a space about this, but maybe we'll talk about this next week. I did a space about how we need a positive vision for the right. So at some point, and ethno-nationalism. I don't like the concept either, the phrasing of it. At some point, though, a positive vision has to be put forward by somebody who comes along and makes the case, like that the English people, as a people, their genetics are worth saving, and that we are being diluted. We are being completely subsumed, and the demographic trend is only going one way by the mid 2050s or whatever. We are going to be half of the population. In Germany at the moment, 46% of under 16s are foreign born. That means that is going to be the minimum foreign born population in a few generations' time, because if all your children, if you have 50% of children are foreign born, then within a couple of generations everybody else has died off. Your entire population is at minimum 50% foreign born. And then that younger children, every generation that only increases. So we are on a terminal decline.
Yeah.
And at some point, somebody is going to have to come along and make the positive case, and it has to be in the Overton window, that we are worth saving. Just like, like the whales are worth saving, and the elephants are worth saving. And this is something that even Greta Thunberg could get on board with. The Anglo-Saxons are worth saving, or whatever.
It's kind of a victim narrative, we're worth saving, by some superior, the Black Hand reaches in and rescues us. It's no, fuck off.
No, not a victim narrative.
I know that's not what you're saying.
That's why, my wording was just that we matter. I'd like that. That'd be good.
Well, and so it would come with a generational plan, where we have to say we have to get off this tap of immigration, but we recognise the economics of it, and so we have to train up our own doctors, our own nurses, increase our own university places, and stop nurses needing degrees to be a nurse or whatever. Go back to training on the job. Let's get all the nurses back here. Who needs this fucking shit? And train up our own people over a generation. I mean, you tell everybody you need to have children. I mean, you might need to have to pay for children.
We need
a generational plan.
We need a rally behind Ginga nationalism. I think that's the thin end of the wedge.
Yeah, it is.
We cannot allow beautiful ginger-haired women to disappear from this world. I will not allow it. I will not allow it.
My personal standard is, if you're not at least carrying ginger genes, you're basically an African.
Yeah.
But I said
this is LARPing though.
I'm just trying to go back to earlier.
What I'm trying to think of that is how at some point this must enter the Overton window. Otherwise, we will be gone as a people.
Must become mainstream. You're 100% right. It must.
I said
it absolutely must.
Or we die.
Well, I said when we were talking about this before with you, I said how mentioned all the. The UN already has all these protections for indigenous peoples in different places. That's us, but for some reason, the European indigenous peoples don't count, even though we've been here for tens of thousands of years. But so we can maybe we can leverage that into the sort of indigenous rights kind of thing, using the framework that's already there.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Next week, at the start of the show, I want to make my case to the internet for a positive vision for the future. All right.
Yeah.
Release my manifesto.
What we got here, Therium?
So this is David Lammy on his talk show. A woman once phoned in, called him African Caribbean, which he really hated. And he was going, no, We was English. We was English. We was English. And then, of course, his recent thing. My ancestors are African Caribbean. They were slaves.
Wait, did you just put the StreamYard in the chat?
Oh no, sorry, I've had too much to drink. I was just like, fuck it. Let's invite random people on the show at the 4-hour mark when we're just about to wrap up. No, don't come on the show.
No, they're
we
palm bombers.
I know we should do a live. We should open things up though at some point. Or whatever. Like I just like talking to you guys. It's fine. It's good. But I don't know. I do try and invite guests on the show, but they don't want to come on. It just like saddens me, you know. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shall we
I think we should
then?
get Volton on the show. He looks like a good guy. Do you want to come on the show, Volton? Volton, John's son. Come on the show, guys. Grow a fucking pair of testicles. It's only your voice. Come on the fucking show and just talk shit for 4 hours. It's not a big deal.
You
Nobody's
don't
gonna
have to do
hurt
4
you.
hours. This is something that I also feel might put people off. I mean, when Tharium signed up, he only signed up for 2.
Yeah, we tricked him. He didn't even sign up for coming on every week. We're just like he was a special guest, and then we tricked. It's like we like brainwashed him. He's like now he just comes on every week. We don't even.
To be fair, you did the same to me. So
that is the way to do it. You just that is the Giga Chad way of doing things. Like, oh, you're on the stream now. You right?
Yeah, you're part of the background, mate. You're fucking on the stream. You're part of the club. You don't have a choice. Oh dear. Yeah, it's Pavlov's dog. That's really what it is. Like it's Thursday and it's 7 o'clock and he starts salivating.
When did we ever get treats though?
Yeah. Well, the tree is here. It is. Here's the tree. Hey! Oh fucking hell! Been looking forward to this all night.
oh my god, it's the moment. Yes, Tharium. Were you gonna say something, Tharium?
No, it looks good.
Oh.
I like his long hair. He looks very Anglo-Saxon. He's got the ethnic thing in the background, but it looks kind of cool. You know, he's got like a scroll. Yeah. I'm happy for the guy. What's he said this week? What's funny?
I forgot to do my theme, didn't I? I forgot the intro. Oh well. Look,
Go on, do the intro. Do the intro.
I have to find it on my phone. Oh my god.
I'll wait.
I've ruined it.
No, we'll wait. I'm ready.
One thing, the Trump channel there. You going at Gen Z are the most pro-immigration age group in Britain. Remember all these polls when they're asking young people, they're not just asking the British young people. A lot of those Gen Z will be immigrants themselves. That's one of the problems.
A lot of the Gen Z men that I've spoke to are fucking pissed off with the woke bullshit. I can tell you that they are like fed up with that shit.
Yeah, if you just limited your poll to the natives, I think you get different results.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we move to the Qatar method of immigration, they wouldn't get voting rights either.
No.
So.
Disenfranchisement. I mean, we were talking about re-immigration, okay, and I'm glad that this is going mainstream and everything. But even before we get to that point, there should be something called disenfranchisement, which means essentially you're not allowed to vote. Okay, you've got brown skin and you can't vote. And then, I mean, the Greeks got away with this for a long, long time. Well, they did. They got away. They had their slaves. Their slaves couldn't vote. You know what I mean. So that is the key step that you need to take before mass re-immigration. You just disenfranchise them, and I think, yeah, that needs to be a meme. That needs to be talked about. Anyway.
I mean, you look at you can't go the whole way that you just did, but look at the basic level. You shouldn't be letting people in who've just got citizenship be allowed to vote. At the very least, it should be like I don't know, like a generation down. You know, people have just got here and just become legalized citizens, can now vote. What the heck?
Yeah.
You know, you should have at least have had to plant children here, even though we don't want you to do that either, but, you know, at the very least. And then your children might be able to vote.
How is this going to happen? Well, it's going to happen with this live stream. It's going to save England and the entire human race.
Mm-hmm.
How it's going to happen? Next week, I'm going to release my positive vision for the future.
Yeah.
Will it be better than Trumpton?
We'll have the SJJ manifesto next week, and the week after that, SJJ will sit on Ethelstan, Ethelstan stone, and he will be crowned warrior king of England. So that's how it's going to fucking happen, mate. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Lappers. Who do they think we are?
We're keeping the fire burning. We're keeping.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's all right. That's okay.
So it's the Daft Nick segment of the week. This week we have a special treat. We could go on forever with this one, as I don't know how much we require of it, but it is an absolute gem. It's been worth the wait. Really, this is like an example from Nick of how to pick up hippie crystal girls, and it all starts with wearing a tie-dye hippie shirt. Look, you can notice he's not wearing the Palestinian flag for this one.
I'm into this. Yeah.
I need this advice.
I also want to pick up a hippie.
Yeah.
Girl.
Well,
yeah.
Here is your masterclass PUA game for picking up a crystal girl. Okay.
Attached to all of that. I did specifically go out looking for a non-matrix job, but it's not what I'm doing full time, which is my purpose now. And the solstice, the actual day, was the day when I just completely ran out of energy and went, I can't do 60 hours of that and fight the New World Order over here. I can't do it. And I sort of collapsed and just asked a few people for help, and they gave me help. And I've been full time at this ever since. And I find that quite fascinating because it's very in line with the kind of thinking that you talk about, but that's very, very hard to actually put into practice, which is like, if you believe it, you can just make it happen. It literally happened to me, but it took a very long time to actually get to that point.
Right. It's
here she is.
To liberate yourself from the matrix in that way.
She's got her crystals.
Yeah.
She's got a thing on her head.
Yeah.
Here she is.
Baby Yoda.
It was worth all the effort.
I'm into it, bro.
Yeah.
Can we get her on the show? Can we invite her on the show? Unironically.
She's not a bad-looking lass.
Yeah, let's hear her.
Right? And I do feel like it is not easy for everyone. It is funny. It's easy when it happens, when it finally aligns and you can liberate yourself from the matrix, you could say. But I feel like a lot of just my personal experience with that was that the lockdown is what forced me out of the matrix jobs that I was doing. And I could not go to work because a lot of us could not go to work at that time. And I had to forge a new pathway. It's like because of the lockdown, I was forced to forge a new pathway, which was purely creative, purely creative expression. And then the channeling started, and then the
I'm on her side, though. I genuinely am. She seems like a nice girl. She's like.
She does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't actually want to make fun out of hippie girls. Like I just think, as you know, I am a sexist, but I just don't think girls mature beyond the age of 14. and once you understand this, then it's just like, I don't know, man. Like I don't want to be an asshole here, but it's just like, okay, yeah, you're a good girl. You didn't take the vax. You were against the lockdown, and you've got your hippie mythology to justify it with crystals and shit, and that's fine. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, look how happy Nick is. Look at that.
Yeah, I believe in crystals too.
Yeah, dude. Oh man. Oh.
It goes today and everything. There is
Oh, wait, here we go.
no way off it. I got kicked out of it. Was it December of 2019? It was like just before the lockdown. I lost my second job. And had no reason to be in Cardiff living where I was anymore, and moved back in with mummy and daddy, having had a completely collapsed life. But
oh dear.
Move back in with mummy and daddy.
Yeah. I'm happy
listen.
for him. Come on, let's not be mean to
Yeah.
Nick. I'd rather have Nick talking to hippie girls on the internet than hanging out with Muslims at Jihad Square.
Absolutely, 100%. We embrace the tie dye. Okay, we approve. It's isn't it brilliant? Isn't it brilliant though that he pulled it out of the wardrobe for this one?
Yeah. Oh, it's such a 180. Like 1 minute he's like Allah Akbar, and the next minute it's like you got your crystals and your tie dye and your long hair, and it's man.
A pretty woman tends to do that.
I'm praying to the universe.
I'm just not interested anymore.
No, well, I think a lot of people are stuck in fourth dimension.
I'm interested in you
That's
and your
the feeling
vagina.
when you're talking about doom.
Wait, here we go. We have to hear this. This is critical.
I mean, his Muslim mates don't let him talk to any women. So
yeah. Fuck that. Fuck Islam. Let's hang out with hippie girls instead. I'm unwashed. If you're watching, mate, God bless you. Good luck.
Can you fit in? I'm just not interested anymore.
No, well, I think a lot of people are stuck in fourth dimension rabbit holes. That's the feeling when you're talking.
Yes, I see what you mean. Oh yes, tell me more.
About doom and gloom programming. I will say too, it feels like part of the journey out of the matrix is getting bots and trolls and getting, especially if you're putting yourself out there and you're being seen and you're doing videos or whatever you're doing to express. Actually, what I'm hearing is self-help. It's kind of very geared on self-help, trauma healing. And to me, when I hear anything about that, I immediately go to it's a reptilian consciousness that's still running, because there's no focus on trauma. I mean, the Pleiadians and the messages that I get from the Pleiadians have never been focused on healing your trauma. They've been focused on connecting to your higher self. And so you naturally
those fucking
Pleiadians when you
Pleiadians
disengage and disconnect from your old identity. Because I feel like the old identity is to identify with what was keeping you stuck and stagnant. And if you're continuing to stay in that loop of what's been keeping you stuck and stagnant and traumatized, you're never going to know who your higher self is. So there's this total new paradigm that we're trying to emerge with the galactics to start to create, connect to. That's not about your ego and not about your traumas.
I agree, 100%.
It's very interesting, all this stuff. New Age type stuff when I was like 21. I meditated.
I agree. I agree, man.
Wow, super fascinating about the Pleiadians.
Whatever you said, that was deep. Oh my god!
How long was this conversation?
45 minutes, and honestly, I've got so many timestamps. You can just jump in anywhere. Really.
Oh my god! Oh Jesus! I agree with whatever that girl said. That was, I think she nailed it.
And yeah, I was kicked out of my proper Matrix job, and then I had sort of 2 years of trying to live off fighting the New World Order as a job, which is so bizarre, but it's happening. And I actually had a tremendous amount of trouble with the trolls, the bots, the nasty stalkers and stuff. And generally the political scene that I found myself in is they're addicted to doom. I noticed this a lot in 2024, is there's like a daily news cycle where I feel completely disconnected from this now. I'm not interested in what's the thing that happened today that you're outraged about. Whereas I felt kind of adjacent to these people 3 years ago because we were in a lockdown and we were fighting it. But there's this horrible Andrew Tatey network that's formed of people just making everyone depressed, and I can see it for what it is now. And you know, I think you can only be fatigued by this doom for so long before you're like, I'm too tired to.
Except just 3 days ago, he was wearing his Palestinian shirt and shouting Trump is a rapist.
Yeah. Oh man! But
being tested, you get used to it.
Yeah, what I know.
Can we invite her on the show? Do you know who she is? Is she on Twitter?
Wait, Laura Faye.
Laura Faye.
You want to hear about the Pleiadian contact?
Mm-hmm.
Might stop you being a flat earther.
Yeah. No,
convince you.
Yeah,
they came immediately in
Let's hear about the demons.
2019. Like as soon as I started,
in fact, I want to transform the entire Anglo Gang into we interview hippie chicks for 4 hours. From this point onwards, let's just do that. Let's just milk Nick Cotton and get his hippie chicks from him.
Yeah,
I 100% support that. Demons before I'd even.
Wait. Here we go.
In order to break into whatever you're trying to break into and break out of the box. So it kind of is like once you go through these stages of being tested, you get used to it.
Yeah, what I noticed with my trolls, they came immediately in 2019. Like as soon as I started, I could feel the demonic energy. Like in my head, I was saying these are demons before I'd even really had my spiritual awakening or even begun to process it. I mean, you can't really pinpoint it, but I definitely knew that these were demons, even though I know that there's like a human being attached to it. I was like, that was the language that was in my mind, and now I sort of understand it a lot better. And what was really shocking, and
so that his trolls are demons.
Well, she's got quite a few. She's got 13,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, we should do more of this. I think we should really like milk this. Like, let's get into this shit. Like Blue Flame, Divine Feminine Diamond Codes, Divine Masculine Manifestation Power, 144,000 Divine Counterpoints, Earth Signs, Cosmic. This is what we need to do. Like, unironically, like steal the hippie right. Do you know what I mean? Or even like create the hippie right. Because no, I'm kind of half joking here actually. But from my days in the Hare Krishna movement, which obviously kind of like moves like side by side with the hippie movement, the hippies, although obviously on the right we like to make fun of them for being liberal and stuff, they are anti-establishment. They do hate the establishment, and they hate it on a spiritual level, and they should be co-opted into our movement because we are essentially fighting the same thing. It's just they're doing it from a more kind of like peace and love perspective.
And they're like, they make it easy to laugh at, but there is something to the whole idea of like manifesting stuff. Like if you have a really negative attitude, you view yourself as a bitch, you will be a bitch, you know. So you do, like, having a stronger mindset does help you. You need that first before you can ever be anything, really.
The new age version of this, as popularized by The Secret, is this idea that you literally manifest the world around you by affirmations, and like you believe that, you know, if you envision yourself as a millionaire, you're going to become a millionaire. This is The Secret, which is kind of bullshit. But
they're very much in line with Ted Kaczynski and the Luddites. They don't believe in technology. They're dreaming about an ancient medieval age where people grow their own food and they don't have all these chemicals in them. They're very much in line with like looking after the children and make sure they're not vaccinated and they're healthy. They're anti-technology and they're anti-capitalism and they're anti-matrix. I mean, they are rebelling against the system, and they should be on our side. And they're very child friendly. I've been to hippie festivals. You know, they love children. They celebrate children. They celebrate birth.
I bet if Nick put a baby in this chick, she'd get a whole lot better.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is an aspect of them though, which is like turn on, tune in, drop out of the system. Don't vote.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention. You are like you are on your own individual course. You manifest your own destiny. Don't pay attention to what's going on around you.
You're a Pleiadian starseed.
Yeah.
You're stardust. We're all made of stardust, aren't we? Yeah. That's what Joni Mitchell was it Joni Mitchell? I think it was,
Yeah, she talks about it in here at some point that like not everybody's going to go through like the ascension. You know, some people are going to be left behind, but you know, us our special group, we are like ascending, you know, and it's important for us to be spiritually aware.
I want to know where Blue Pill Phil lives, because he's surrounded by hippie chicks who
breeding hippie
balls,
chicks. Yeah.
And they're a bit right wing, and scrolling up a little bit more. I'm buying some crystals online and scrolling up a bit more. Hang on, what does it say? He takes ayahuasca. Oh my god! And where does he get to it? Oh, I don't know. He says at some point he's surrounded by hippie chicks. But anyway, there you go. Yeah, where do you live, mate? Blue Pill Phil. I'm moving in.
It says he's met many chicks like this.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, look, it's a pseudo religion. It's a new religion. It's grown up out of the 60s. They pray to the universe instead of praying to God. Okay, like whatever. But there is a spiritual aspect of rebellion in what they're doing. And I've seen Wagner Kerners talk about this. Okay, infamous. I'm sure you all know who he is. Infamous Nordic neo-Nazi pagan guy who lives in France now with his wife, and he's got like 5 kids. But I mean, he's mentioned this before. He said, you like to make fun out of hippies, but the hippies are breeding and they've got 5 kids. And how many children do you have? Do you know what I mean? They may smell and they've got dreadlocks, but they make babies, and they're growing their own food and so on and so forth. So I personally have a love-hate relationship with hippies. I've met a lot of them through my years, and I've been very annoyed with them supporting refugees and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, their tendency is towards love and grow your own food and fuck the government and have children and look after them and don't take vaccines. And this kind of, they have an innate rebellious spirit within them. And I think we should make peace with these people. I really do. I think we should be like
they're the true classical liberals, aren't they, when you think about it?
Yeah.
They just need a strong right-wing man to go and keep them in line.
Oh, yeah.
There is one thing that everything that like academic agent hates. When he was talking about, we watched it last week, how he despised John Lennon and everything that appeals to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's anti-English, because we do have a hippie spirit, and it's been in us for a long time.
It's a classical liberal spirit, like I say, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a festival spirit. I mean, we love Glastonbury. I mean, we have one of the most famous festivals like in the whole world. I mean, obviously Glastonbury's a little bit commercialized now, but worldwide it is like one of the most famous rock festivals, hippie festivals, whatever you want to call it, in the entire world. And everybody's heard of it. And I've been to it twice when I was a teenager.
I've been to Glastonbury.
I never paid. I broke in twice.
I had to pay.
Yeah. No, I snuck under the fence. One time I snuck under the fence, and the other time I paid a Rasta. He let me in.
Corruption. Yeah. Should we just get a bit of advice about psychic stuff?
Yes.
I need some advice on that, actually.
Yeah.
Is holding your own in the face of other people who want your energy, who are also telling you that they're also psychic like you.
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
it's kind of
I agree.
interesting. The high priestess, you know what I'm talking about?
What was he reaching for there?
Yeah.
I agree. Whatever you're saying, honey, I agree.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
And to undergo, which is you that they're also psychic like you. And so it's kind of interesting.
Miami Virtue's on board. Miami Virtue's on board. Fian's on board. Like, yeah.
And I feel like at this point
more.
we are all in the age of Aquarius going to be using sixth senses, psychic senses, and also our visibility and our our face, like our voice, in order to break into whatever you're trying to break into and break out of the box. So it kind of is like once you go through these stages of being tested, you get used to it.
Yeah, what I noticed with
yeah, absolutely. What? Tell me more. Whoa.
No, really.
Anyway, could just go on forever with this. We're gonna have to land this plane, aren't we?
Oh dear. Oh fucking hell. Do you know, he hasn't. I used to speak to Nick for a long time. He hasn't sent me a WhatsApp message in a long time. I like to think that he's been watching our show, and I like to think that we've bullied him like out of the Islamic sphere and back into the hippie sphere. I don't know if this is true or not. If it is true, then God bless you, Nick Cotton. I think that you're doing the right thing, mate. Chase the hippie chicks. Give up with Muslims. They they've got beards and they smell, and you're much better like talking to the girls. Well done, mate. God bless you. Oh dear. This is quite endearing. They either marry or she ends up up in his loft as a better to be a hippie than a Muslim. There you go. Yeah, Blue Pill Phil nailed it. Oh dear. Oh man. Whew. Well, I've run out of beer. I was going to go to the pub, but apparently Keir Starmer's changed the closing time. So
has that gone through? I thought it was just talk at the moment.
I don't know. I might.
Closing time was always 11:30 anyway, wasn't it? Last orders, you missed it.
Oh dear. Oh yeah. There you go. Right. Well, guess we better close the show. Bush, what time is it? 11:40. Yeah, you guys got to go to sleep. I've got to wake up early tomorrow morning. Quality show, as stated by Miami Virtue. Quality show. I'm tired, boss. Well, we'll let you go. We'll let you go to sleep. Have sweet dreams of Nick and his hippie girlfriend. We will try to get some hippie girls on the show. I did issue the challenge in the Anglo Gang chat group. I did issue the challenge to the Zoomers. I said, show me your Riz, invite some girls on the show. But none of the Zoomers took the challenge. This is the great
ladies. Feel free to follow me, okay, on Twitter.
Well,
at Musk Maximalist.
All I'm going to say is I am on Twitter. I've got a group. I've got a chat group. There's like 10 men in it, and I issued them a challenge to charm some lady, and none of them took the challenge. None of them picked it up. I think this is one of the great problems of our age. So we need the Riz. We need to get the hippie girls on the show. I'm happy to talk about crystals for 4 hours. I will do that. And Rogue Trader says no, but we will ignore him.
I'll show them my abs. How about
that? Yeah, SJJ.
Let's go. That's the plan.
That's SJJ's Riz. He doesn't need any verbal stuff. It's just the abs, and there you go. Alf, I need better crystal game apparently. But anyway, we're better show. We're end the show now, and thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. share the show. God bless you. Don't worry. Everything's.
What about where you can find Harrion? Tharium, even. Not Harrion.
Tharium is on YouTube.
Worcester Club.
The Worcester Club. The Worcester Club. Worcester Sauce.
Yep.
Let's just quickly show it. There it is. If you can click that. There it is, everybody. At Worcester Club. That's how you spell it. It's an English word.
Next,
got more subscribers than me. Jesus Christ, what's going on?
Next, starting next Monday, we're doing a new history series on ancient Rome, going over most of it with our one history autist.
Who's that?
Jack, economic erudite. He's he's quite the encyclopedia of Roman history. So this is going to be his magnum opus stream.
That's some posh branding, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I like the icon, the profile picture, the banner at the top. That's some work's gone into this.
Yeah.
Mm.
No,
we can't even get individual thumbnails over here.
Absolutely zero work has gone into this show. Oh, fucking hell. That's quite funny.
Can I make a special shout out before we go to Mr. E-Wings, who timestamps our show,
God bless you.
Or has at least, the last 4 times or whatever. Sterling work. Thank you so much for your, effort.
Those timestamps must just be wild. Like, okay, AI, aliens, crystals.
That's all we need, though. That's all you need. And they really do help people, when they're watching a show. You can.
The Republican movement in China. Yeah.
Imagine how impenetrable a 4.5-hour show is to someone who just turns up and has never seen you before. They're like, fuck this shit.
Oh, dear. I just want to clarify to Mr. Ewigs. I would have pinned your thing for whatever reason. I don't know why. I just could not see it in the comment section.
Yeah, I told him.
YouTube just hid it from me for whatever reason. So I had to pin SJJ's reposting of your post. But nonetheless, it is appreciated. It's just YouTube is evil. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Well, invite your Roman friend on the show, would you? And maybe just promote his Roman history. If he wants to come on, that'd be lovely. We could talk about Rome for 4 hours. I'm interested in that, definitely. And there you go, guys. That's it. 4 hours, 36 minutes. God bless you all. Rogue Trader, Volton, Blue Pill Phil, Mr. Ewags, Miami Virtue, Natman Prime, Trump Channel, Blue Pill Phil, CCG, and everybody else. Like and subscribe. Share the show with your friends. Thank you very much for listening. Don't worry, we're going to make it. We're going to win. We're going to bounce back. Landslide victory for reform in 2029. And Trump's going to win. And everything's going to be okay. Everything's like, don't worry. Everything's going to be, I know things are bad. Everything's going to be okay. We're going to win this fight. I promise you. So thank you for watching. God bless. Good night. Last comment from SJJ.
The Pleiadians are coming.
The Pleiadians are coming, and the hippie girls will come, and they will rescue us. So there you go.
Remember, Anglos together, strong.
Anglos together with hippie girls, and God bless you all. Good night. Good night, Bush. Good night, End stream. Bang.